For more audiobooks like these, join my Patreon. Link in comments. Shifted Fate, Chapter 1. Please don't do this. I begged over and over, but no one was listening. I thrashed against their hold, but nothing. I am your Luna. I screamed at the top of my lungs, but then his laugh from the other room broke all the fight in me. Luke, please. I begged once more time, my voice hoarse. Kill it once it's done. Toss her out. She will have to survive on her own from here on out. He can't mean that. This was our baby. Our baby is a mistake from the moon goddess, one I will rectify. His voice called again from the other room. He wouldn't even face me. Now do it. That's an order. Yes, Alpha. It was a mistake to come here. It was a mistake to give him everything. Oh, and Doctor. Her sweet voice called from the other room. My stepsister, Shannon. I gritted my teeth. Don't use any anesthetic. She should feel everything. Yes, Luna. The doctor turned back to me with sad eyes, but when he picked up the scalpel, I knew I was screwed. I'm sorry, baby. Mama couldn't save you. She wanted you so much. I tried to rub my stomach, but the nurses had strapped me down. When the doctor approached, I realized he was using a silver blade. Silver. My whisper was almost silent, but he nodded. I knew then that Shannon didn't want me to survive. She wanted my life so badly that she lied about me cheating on my mate, showing photos as proof. But I never touched another wolf, nor would I again, not after this betrayal. Why, moon goddess, why would you give him to me just to take him away? My pup. I cried silently as the doctor cut into my abdomen, and I felt my baby thrash inside. He knew it was too early to be born. This was a death sentence for both of us. Bring me the body of the pup. Yes, Alpha. I felt every slice as he cut into me, and finally, I could take it no longer. I started to scream. Soon I felt the blood trickling down my side, every drip off of me hitting the floor. I thrashed against the restraints, but the silver had made me weak. I'm sorry, baby. They weren't trying to keep me alive, which I expected, but I wished wasn't true. I used to love my mate, but I felt the love die in me when I saw my pup being ripped from my belly. Please, let me hold him once. I tried to move my arms to reach for him, but I was still tied down. The doctor, who was shedding tears, brought my pup and laid him on my chest. He was perfect. I rubbed his scent on my face and mine on his. He would forever be a part of my soul, my missing piece. Doctor, now, yes, Alpha. The doctor picked the baby up and rushed out, leaving me spread open to the elements. I felt my life slipping away as the door opened and Shannon came in. Her smug smile was firmly in place. I told you I would take your life, Amy. I would have your mate. And I have, over and over, since he found out of your betrayal. Shannon walked over and laid a kiss on my face as I snarled. He is perfection. And don't worry, I will give him another son. She laid her hand on her stomach, and I started to laugh. What's so funny? I can smell the beta on you. That's Derek's child, and it's a girl. Nice try, though. She snarled and raised her hand, growing her claws to deliver the final blow. But the door was ripped open, and my mate, ghost in the world stepped inside. His eyes were red, and I started to laugh again. "You bitch." He snarled and struck out, whipping Shannon to the other side of the room. "Brandon," Shannon shrieked as she hit the wall. "What's wrong?" She staggered to her feet, but more blood dripped out of me and I closed my eyes. "You lied." He screamed, shaking the walls as his aura struck out, but I could barely feel it. I felt the silver traveling in my veins, getting closer to my sluggish heart. This was my pup. I can smell me on him. He was mine. Brandon's eyes grew redder as the tears gathered. "You said she cheated on me, and that it wasn't my pup." "She did cheat on you. I guess I was wrong about the pup. You said you smelt it." From the sound of it, he lunged for her again, but him clutching our baby in his arm was the last thing I saw. And I wanted to never see it again. He did this to us. Not Shannon. She played her part well, sure, but him not believing me, not waiting for a few more days to smell the pup, that was his fault. And all of our downfalls. I prayed for the moon goddess to take me. I no longer wanted to be here. I wanted to be with my pup, save her. "No," Shannon screamed. "I am the Luna now. You marked me last night." Ah, so that was the pain I felt last night. His betrayal had bile shoot into my mouth. "I am bearing your pup." I started to laugh again. I cracked my eyes to see my mate, Brandon, hovering next to me. "Stay with me, Amy. Beta's baby. She is fucking the beta." I choked out the words and laughed as horror bloomed in his eyes. Blood flew from my mouth as I smiled again. "Save her." "No," I slammed out, putting all of my power in it. "Don't move." I used my alpha strength to freeze everyone, including my mate. "How?" Brandon looked down at me, pleading. "Let me save you. I am descended from the moon goddess, and you don't deserve to save me. You don't deserve our pup. You were weak, and now you lost everything." I smiled up at him as I felt my life from my body, and then I was free. Chapter 2. I opened my eyes to find myself surprisingly alive. "Amy, hurry. You're going to be late." I jolted up and looked around, confused. What was going on? Where was I? "Amy," the voice called again, and I shook myself. I stood up from the bed and looked around again. I recognized this room. It was my childhood bedroom. I hadn't stepped foot in this room since I found my mate, Brandon. I heard a knock on the door and my mother opened it. Before I could process what was happening, I ran into my mother's arms. "Mom, you're here." I started to cry. "I've missed you so much. Amy, my girl." She laughed as she patted my back. "I saw you yesterday." She pulled back, and I looked into her amber eyes that matched my own. "Happy birthday, baby." I leaned into her hands and realized that today was the last day I spent at home. I found my mate on my 18th birthday. "Thank you, Mom. Hopefully, you will meet your mate today and start your new life." She smiled at me, and I felt my blood freeze. I didn't want to meet Brandon. Not when I knew what was going to happen. "I'd rather stay here with you." I smiled as I kissed her cheek. "I don't want to miss you and Morgan." And I knew that when Brandon thought I cheated on him, before he killed my baby and me. He killed my mother for her involvement. Shannon's father, my mother's husband, watched her die. Don't get get me wrong, I knew he loved my mother, and he was hurting. But his scheming daughter was the cause of all of this. He stood by and watched it all happen. I understood why he supported his daughter, but I didn't like it, nor him, for that matter, baby. You won't miss us. We will be there every step of the way. She kissed my cheek, and I wrapped my fingers around hers. Mom, can we just leave? You and me. Leave Shannon and Morgan and move back to Daddy's pack. My father, the alpha of the Silver Moon pack, wasn't a good husband, but he was a good man. He cheated on my mother, betraying her when he was drunk. But he swore it was a mistake. It was another alpha's maneuverings to break them up, but my mother said it didn't matter. It was too late. His betrayal cost the life of my brother growing inside of her, and she refused to move past it. No, baby, I can't go back. My mother's face fell as she turned away. I don't want to be betrayed, Mom. Not like you and not any worse. I don't want a mate. I whispered my new truth. Mates don't hurt each other, baby. She tried to smile, but I shook. I knew exactly what mates do to each other. Would you be made if I refused my mate? God, no, baby. The moon goddess makes a path clear, but it is up to us to choose it. If you don't want your mate, you can reject him. And if it is the alpha's son, my mother looked at me. She knew that if it was the alpha's son, I would be screwed. They wouldn't allow me to leave. An alpha has to mate his first mate, even for a day to come into his full power. What do you know? I watched as her eyes searched mine. I pulled her back into my room and away from the door. I don't know for sure, but I am terrified that if I am mated to Shannon's boyfriend, I will die after we are mated. Mom, the chances that he will match with an alpha far outweigh the chance that he is mated to the daughter of the beta. I pulled back. I don't want this for me. She weighed my words, and I watched as she came to the same conclusion. Okay, baby, but you can't leave. It would be too conspicuous. You will have to mask your scent whenever he is around. I tossed my hands in the air. How would I do that? There is much you don't know that I would leave in the past, but if you are sure. She trailed off, and I just nodded my head. Then, let me make a few calls. You don't have to go to school today. I leapt back into her arms. Thank you, Mom. I don't know what I would do without you. I love you, baby. You will never be without me, that I can promise you. She kissed my cheek and then left me alone in my room. I ran to my phone and checked the date to make sure. It was 2018. I went back 6 years. 6 years to the day that I met Brandon. I could relive everything, make better choices. I could live, and maybe this time around, so would my pup. I rubbed my flat stomach. Don't worry, my pup. This time around, no one will hurt you. I went into my in-suit and jumped into the shower. No way was I going to face today, looking like I just crawled out of bed. I stood inside my closet in a towel trying to figure out what to wear when I heard my bedroom door open. I was about to turn and call out to my mother, but I heard a soft step, which my mother wouldn't do. So I hid behind my winter coats and I waited. I'm telling you, if she is Brandon's mate, I'm going to kill her. You can't mean that, Shan. The nasally voice of Megan, Shannon's best friend, came from the cell phone pressed to her ear. Of course I do. Brandon is mine. Only because you put out. He was hoping Shannon would notice him. You shut your fucking mouth, Megan, Shannon snarled, and her eyes flashed. He's mine. Whatever, I gotta go. Hurry the fuck up before I leave your ass, Megan called, and then the line went dead. A honk sounded from outside, and Shannon was snatching something before I grabbed her hand. What do you think you're doing in my closet, Amy? Shannon's mouth dropped out. I squeezed her hand until I heard a crack. Her scream was muffled by my hand. You're lucky I only broke one finger. You just threatened to kill me. Didn't I hear that correctly? A beta's daughter threatening an alpha, I tusked. I didn't do shit. She snarled back at me as her hand reformed. Lie again, and I will break all of your fingers and hold them while the bones heal. I couldn't stop my grin as I felt her tremble. Did you threaten me? Yes, she screamed at me. You're going to take Brandon from me. I don't want your pathetic alpha now or ever. Keep him. I pushed her away. Now get out of my room before I change my mind about maiming you. I turned back to my clothes and picked out low-rise jeans and a tank top. What the fuck is your problem? You. Now leave. I let my wolf come forward and my eyes flashed. I pushed my alpha command into my words and forcing her out of my room. Stupid bitch. How dare she come into my room to take something of mine? My wolf growled lowly. This was our den. I shook myself and refocused. Closing the doors, I hopped back into bed, pulling out my phone. I tried to remember everything that happened in the last 6 years that could help me with my plan. Because make no mistake, Brandon and Shannon would pay. Chapter 3. Pack your bags, Amy. My mom came in, surprising me from the list I was making. What? I looked up. Why? You are going to spend the summer with your father. I already got the approval from the alpha. Mom smiled down at me. Come on, baby. Pack your bag and get ready. I jumped to my feet and ran to my mom. I can go, just for the summer, baby. Then you will be back here with me. I had to promise that you would be returning here. I pouted. Mom, I really don't want to be here. I wanted to make them pay, but I wouldn't risk him finding me. It's okay, baby. You will understand once you see your dad. She patted my hair and kissed my cheek. Now get ready. Okay, Mom. I kissed her back, then she left me alone. I grabbed my phone to lock it and then turned back to my closet. I packed my bag and then headed into my bathroom when I heard the downstairs door slam open. I fucking knew it. I heard Shannon scream downstairs. I ignored her as I grabbed everything from my bathroom, and then I grabbed my laptop and chargers. I stuffed everything into my backpack and headed downstairs. Shannon, why are you screaming? Morgan was at the table with his coffee, and my mom was running around when I pushed my suitcase into the room. I'm not Brandon's mate, Daddy. Shannon flew into the room and dove into his arms. How are you so sure? Morgan wrapped his arms around her, but I just snickered. She snapped her eyes to me and she flew at me. It's you. You stupid whore. Shannon tried to claw out my eyes, but I just sent her flying with a backhand. Amy. Morgan got to his feet, but my mom tusked. Morgan, You can't yell at Amy for protecting herself. Shan attacked her first. My mom placed my breakfast on the table. Amy, come eat. You have a long day ahead, babe. Why does Amy have a suitcase? She is going away for the summer, to her father's. My mother turned to me and opened her arms. Come, baby. Come eat. The car is coming, and you need to be ready to go. I walked over and sat down and dug in. Why is she going to her dad's? Morgan walked over to pick Shannon up. She wanted to spend the summer with her dad's before college, and who am I to say no? My mom smiled down at me, and I smiled back at her. I didn't know what was going to happen this summer to protect me from Brandon finding out I was his mate, but I needed it. Whatever it was, I needed it. Yeah, my dad called me this morning, and since I haven't seen him since Christmas break, and when he offered to fly me out, I asked my mom. I smiled sweetly over at Morgan, and Shannon smiled. You're leaving? Shannon stood up. Yup, I'll be gone the full summer. I smirked over at her. But my room is locked, and it will stay that way. My smile dropped away as I stared at her and used my alpha command. Amy, Morgan yelled out. You know you're not allowed to alpha command your stepsister. And I wouldn't have, Morgan, if I hadn't found her in my room this morning, trying to take things out of my closet. I turned and raised my eyebrow, daring her to try to lie. Is that true? Morgan looked down at Shannon, and I just stared at her. I watch her open her mouth to deny it. I wouldn't lie. I'll just command you to tell the truth. She screeched and stomped her foot. Yes, she screamed. Are you happy? Yes, I went into her closet to steal some clothes because I know she is Brandon's mate. How? I threw up my hands, playing like I didn't know the truth. How could you possibly know that I am his mate? Neither of us has scented each other. Because he scented you on me. Her voice was hitting a higher octave, and my ears were starting to hurt. Calm down. You're hurting everyone's ears, and just explain yourself. My mom sat next to me at the table, rubbing her head. Last month, Brandon turned 18, and I was wearing Amy's dress. He scented around me and said I smelt divine. But when I'm not wearing her clothes, he has zero interest in me. Shannon pouted. So he likes the way I smell. Doesn't mean we are mates. I pointed out, completely and utterly denouncing Brandon as a mate. If I didn't accept him, he would never be my mate anyway, and I would never accept him. That was the only thing I was sure of. Brandon would be the last male I would ever touch this time around. Stop being obtuse, Amy. We all know what it means when a wolf likes your smell. Shannon started to cry and buried her head in her hands. He's the male I want, Daddy. The only one I would ever accept. But he wants her. She pointed to me. I scoffed. I don't want your sloppy seconds, Shannon. Even if he was my mate, and I am not saying he is, it would be a cold day in hell before I accepted him as a mate. I would take the Lycan King over Brandon. I threw my head back and laughed when she gasped. The Lycan King was the bogeyman of all wolves, the last Lycan to exist, and one who lives in the wild. It said the only wolves that ever see his face are the council that oversees the packs. But either way, I wasn't lying. I would take the king as a mate, before I would even look in Brandon's vicinity. You're lying. He's the alpha. And everyone wants to be the Luna. Idiots want to be the Luna. I turned back and finished my food as Morgan calmed her down. My mom stood when she heard a horn. That's for you. I nodded as I stood and kissed my mother goodbye before I left. Chapter 4. I slipped into the back of the car after putting my bags in the back and buckled in. I had barely taken a breath before I launched myself over the seats and into the driver's arms. His laugh made my eyes prickle. Hey, love bug, Uncle Ronnie. I've missed you. I climbed over the seats and sat up front. What are you doing here? Ronnie was my dad's beta. Not related, but he had been there for most of my life. You think I was going to let my cheeky niece come to Packlands alone? Not on your life. Dad sent you, I laughed. Dad sent me. He is a worrywart, your da. He smiled over and laughed with me. As soon as your mom called, he sent me with the jet. He didn't have to. I just shook my head and buckled my seatbelt. Of course he did. He never gets to see you enough. And now you're sending in the summer. What's going on? My uncle looked at me, and I just shook my head. I don't want to be here. Why? I looked down at my hands that were twisted. I'm afraid that my mate is here, and I don't want to be right. I figured if I ran away, I could push off the inevitability. Why wouldn't you want your mate? My uncle asked as he zipped down the highway toward the airport. I'll tell both you and Dad, just not now. My uncle looked over at me, searching my face, and then nodding. Fine, but I want the full story. You will get it, I swear. I nodded back to the road. Now focus on driving so you don't kill us. I grabbed the wheel, swerving back into our own lane. Fuck. Uncle Ronnie grabbed the wheel from me and focused back on the road. I just worry about you, pup. I couldn't stop the laugh because wolves stopped aging at 25, and he looked barely older than me. I know you do. I settled back into my seat and sighed. I promise, what happened isn't going to make that feeling any better. I wiped at my face. I don't even know why my mom is sending me to my dad. She just said that he could help me. Well, let's hurry and get back so we can figure out what you need, sugar. My uncle hit the gas, and we ended up at the airport in no time. We loaded my bags and headed up to the jet, settling in there. Close your eyes. You look like you barely slept today, and we have a few hours. My uncle patted my head before he sat across from me and opened his laptop. Work, work, he nodded. This summer, can you teach me some stuff? A plan was forming in my mind. A plan not only to keep myself free from my pathetic mate, but one that would make me a lot of money. Of course, sugar. My uncle smiled up at me. You know, your dad would teach you just about everything he could if you were open to it. I asked to move to your pack. I snuggled into the blanket the flight attendant handed me, and Ronnie froze. What is going on? His eyes flashed. I'll explain later. Just promise you will try to believe me and not judge me. Of course, sugar. He smiled and then turned back to the laptop on his lap. Now get some sleep. Will do. I turned away and fell asleep almost instantly. I woke up to Ronnie shaking me. We are here. I gave an enormous yawn and cracked my jaw before wiping my eyes. Okay. I handed off the blanket and wiped my face again. Thank you. No problem, Princess. The flight attendant smiled down at me, and I realized belatedly that she was from the pack too. You don't have to call me Princess. You are the Alpha's daughter. She bowed and then left us to our own devices. Come on, your dad has already linked me 3 times since landing. Ronnie laughed and whisked me off to the waiting car. Within 30 minutes, we were at our packlands. Your dad would allow you to move here if you wanted to, sugar. I know. But Alpha Dan won't allow me to leave. I looked over and blew out a breath. I think he assumes something I am running from and won't let me leave until he knows for sure. You going to tell me yet, sugar? I hesitated as we pulled up out front of the pack house. Before I could answer, the door was ripped open, and I was surrounded by powerful arms and a smell that made my quaking insides settle. Dad. Hey, my pup. His deep voice calmed me further, and I could feel my eyes prickle. I've missed you. I sniffled as he unbuckled my seat belt, and I was in his arms fully, as I have missed you. He kissed my temple. Now we have much to discuss. He was running with me before I could utter another word, with Ronnie following behind. Slow down, jackass. Some of us can't move that fast. Ronnie struggled to keep up, and my laughter filled the halls of the pack house. We settled in my father's office with an out-of-breath Ronnie, who was scowling. God, I missed these two. Tell me what's wrong, pup. I looked around, and still I stumbled over my words. My father grabbed my face and shook his head. Nothing you tell me will change anything, pup. I believe you, no matter how crazy it seems. Agreed, sugar. My insides settled when I saw how resolute he was. He would believe my craziness. I could tell no matter how crazy my story was, my father and Ronnie would believe everything I said. I never had to second guess if I was going crazy here. So finally, I settled fully and told my story. Chapter 5. I lived another life, and I died. I stumbled over my words, and I felt my father freeze. A quick look to Ronnie had him locking the door and waving his hands. I felt the air still, but I was focused on my father's eyes. This morning, I woke up 6 years in the past after living until I was 24 and growing my own pup, only to have my mate to rip him from my body. My father's and Ronnie's snarl shook the walls, but I raised my hands. He betrays me for my stepsister, who convinced him that I cheated and the pup wasn't his. So he killed us both using silver scalpels and killing any love I had for him at the same time. I looked up at my father, and the tears rolled down my face. Pup. His voice was choked up, but I raised my hand. I don't want him to be my mate, Daddy. I know I won't survive it. I need to change it. Everything, and it starts with hiding my scent. I told Mom what I needed, and she called you. How are you going to help me? I was starting to panic. I don't want to die. I don't want my pup ripped from my stomach, only for him to smell himself on him. I don't want to create life just to have it ripped from me, Daddy. I can't. My soul was ripping, And even though I want revenge, this was the first time I was given to truly grieve the loss of my pup, Sugar. Ronnie's voice was barely a whisper, and then I felt my father lose control. Who? His voice was pure darkness, fronty depths of hell. His fist slammed into the desk, creaking the thick wood, and I looked up to find my father's wolf looking back at me. Who hurt you, my pup? Who killed my grand pup? Loki's voice was deeper than I had ever heard, and his eyes promised retribution. Brandon, the Alpha's son. I whispered the final piece, and everything seemed to click. The air rushed back in, and my father's wolf shifted into his black form. I screamed, and Ronnie dove in front of the door. Loki snarled, but Ronnie held firm. You can't go kill him for something that hasn't come to pass yet, Loki. You know how this works. You have been through it yourself. But Loki just snarled, Daddy, please, I begged. I knew if he got out, Brandon and Shannon were dead, and the council would be on his doorstep. Loki whirled on me and softened at the devastation he saw on my face. He patted over and licked the tears from my face before going back behind the desk and shifting again. I'm sorry, Amy. I lost myself for a moment. He opened a door and slipped into some shorts. He wiped at his face before he sat back down. I guess it's our turn to come clean. Daddy, I sniffled and looked up at him. I'm not just a wolf, although, as you can see, Loki is very much a part of me. His laughter was weak, but I just smiled. My mother was a shaman of our people, a witch, and my father had to have her, even if it was just for a night. And I was born a witch. I dropped my hands, and he just had a small, sad smile. Yeah, you would have loved her, but witches don't live like us. They have the lifespan of a human, a flash in the pan. She was gone long before I met your mother. He shook his head. One of her powers was exactly what you explained, a second chance. The moon goddess passed us down with the same powers. I had mine when I was your age as well. I jolted back as he nodded. What? I never cheated on your mother. His words were soft. I alpha commanded a wolf to pretend I did when she came to me and told me she was with pup. You see, in my first life, I stayed with her, and we had 3 wonderful pups. But one night, my enemies attacked, and the 4 of you were all murdered. His swallow was thick. Daddy, I couldn't lose you, not all of my pups. So when I woke up 4 years in the past, I acted. You were just a babe. I never got your brothers or sister, which broke me for a time. But I had you. He swallowed back his tears as I reached his side. I told your mother I betrayed her. She said she felt it. He nodded slowly. When a wolf betrays their marked mate, the mate feels the worst pain imaginable. Yes, he does. Ronnie growled out, and I darted my eyes back to his face, and I realized something. Mom and Morgan. It doesn't happen often enough to make a big deal out of it. My dad growled out, but it happens enough that you feel the pain. Ronnie growled out. Mom doesn't know. I wrapped my arms around my father. She wouldn't ever if she knew. I know, princess, but you can't tell her. I'm sure I passed the fate, since I made it past my death. But now it would break her to find out the truth. My dad squeezed me, so she felt you take another female, I hugged him back, but he just shook his head. I used my power to fake the pain. She was crying inside of our room, and I was in the next room, breaking my own heart. Daddy, it was losing her and you, or losing everything. And I knew I would still get to see my little girl. My dad pulled back. But anyway, I didn't tell you so you would feel bad for me, but to know that you have power too. Power to hide your scent, at the very least. But I will teach you how to wield it this summer. Thank you, Dad. Don't thank me yet. This summer will probably be the worst you have ever had, but it will save you in the long run. Once everything is done, I need you to promise me something, Daddy. What is it, Pumpkin? My dad always called me new nicknames when he was worried. After I have done what I need to do, we are going to tell Mom the truth. Baby, we can't. She is stronger than you think, and she never moved on. She only got with Morgan because she thought I needed a male's protection in the new pack, and she didn't like the attention she was getting from the alpha. My dad growled and hit his desk again, and then nodded. Fine. We will tell her. Thank you, Daddy. I kissed his cheek. Now go get settled. We will start tomorrow morning. But I know a certain someone who is pounding down the pack house doors to try to see you. I smiled and shook my head. Cass was my best friend and soul sister. Cass has been champing at the bit as soon as she heard you were coming. So go see her. I love you too. And we love you, sugar. Ronnie kissed my head. I'd kill your alpha mate if I could. You would start a war. I shook my head and left with a last hug from my dad. Chapter 6. I walked to my room and screamed when I was tackled to the ground. I started laughing as Cassie got off me. Why the heck didn't you tell me you were coming? She punched my shoulder as I stood. I didn't know until this morning. I hugged her to my side. I missed you. I missed you too. She pulled back and tossed me a small box. Happy birthday, I laughed again. With everything that has happened, I had pretty much forgotten that it's my birthday today, the big 18. Have you shifted yet? Cassie jumped up and down with excitement. I just shook my head. I don't shift. You know that. My face fell. I heard chuffing inside of my head. I think you are just blocking it. You have a wolf. We all feel her. She bumped her hip into mine. I can feel she wants out. My wolf chuffed in agreement. Cassie is smarter than you. My wolf's voice ricocheted in my mind, and I just smiled. There are things I cannot tell you, even now, but eventually, if we are lucky, you will find out your answers. I rolled my eyes. Yet another non-answer from Nyx, my wolf. She snorted back to me, and then receded into the back of my mind. Nyx still not answering you. She is, but it's more of her non-answers. I grabbed my bag and opened it up. You will never guess what happened today. Cassie flopped on my bed. Tell me everything. I opened my mouth to tell her I lived before, and my father's voice sounded in my mind. Baby girl, I know you might want to tell Cassie what happened with your first life, and I understand the need, but don't tell anyone yet. You can't seal their tongue, and our heritage is dangerous. Okay, Dad. I won't. I love you. Then his voice was gone, and I had to reorganize my thoughts. Tell me. Cassie threw a pillow at me, and I shook my head. I think the alpha's son is my mate, and so does Shannon. She lost her ever-loving mind and was stealing my clothes so that he would pay attention to her. I shook my head in disgust. She was trying to steal your mate. Cassie's eyes flashed. She can have him. I don't want or need her sloppy seconds. Even if she hadn't already fucked him, which I am sure she has, I wouldn't have wanted him. He is mean and vindictive, and just small. Up arrow like small, small. Cassie held her finger and thumb close together and shot her eyes to the apex of my thighs, and I bent over laughing, tears springing to my eyes as she joined in. I have no idea. I wiped my eyes after I calmed down. Nor do I want to. I just mean, even as an alpha, he gives off small man energy. I don't even know how to explain it exactly. Just that even when he is pushing his alpha aura, I feel nothing, not even a little bit, not even a fraction of what my dad does. I sat down on my bed. And you don't want to be with a mate that is weaker than you. No, it's not that. I shook my head. I wasn't explaining it right. I know that if given an excuse, he would betray me. His devotion would be weak, just like his aura. Ah, now I understand. Cassie rolled onto her back and huffed. That would be the absolute worst thing. I don't know how your dad is dealing with the pain. She shot her eyes to me and grimaced. Did everyone here know the truth? Cassie shook her head. No, but once you guys left, and the alpha never stayed with the she-wolf. With any she-wolf, we figured something was wrong. And then the wolf was born, and we could all smell the girl's mate on the pup, and we knew they lied. We just don't know why. Cassie rolled over. Do you know? I nodded. My dad told me the truth today when I told him I wanted to reject my mate. Well, this is just depressing. Let's go out and do something. Cassie sat up, and I just shook my head. Come on. I have training in the morning, and my dad said it was going to be brutal. So you can't go out today. Bull, get up. We are going shopping, and then I will parade you in front of everyone to make them jealous that my best friend is the alpha's daughter. I perked up. Has anyone been giving you issues here? Cassie shook her head, but I could see someone had. Cass, she huffed, and then nodded a little. Just a few she-wolves that think their shit doesn't stink and have a higher rank. Amanda and her little posse, I could only assume. Do they give you a lot of trouble? Only a little. She just grabbed my arm and pulled me to the door. Enough of them. I don't care. I just missed you, and I want to parade around with my best friend. Deal. I couldn't say no to her when I knew she was being bullied. Cassie was weaker than me, but then again, everyone was. But she was sweet and had been by my side since birth. Her mom and my mom used to be best friends. But you need to point out who is bullying you. No way. I can handle it. I know you can, but you shouldn't have to. I could feel Nyx coming closer to the surface. My anger was already rising. You aren't here enough. Her whisper had me pulling her to a stop. I don't mean to make you feel bad, but you aren't here enough to start something with them for me, because it will only get worse once you leave again. She looked back at me with sad eyes. So, can we just drop it? I nodded my head, but swore to myself that I would figure out this situation. Let's go have some fun. Parade me all you want. I'm here all summer. I smiled and pushed the Amanda bullshit to the back of my mind. I would handle her as soon as I could. Chapter 7. When we got to the mall, we walked into the clothing store. I need a new dress. Cassie pulled me to the back and started to go through the racks. Why do you need one of these dresses? I pulled a dress off the rack and held it to my body. The form-fitting dress flared out at the bottom. It was a beautiful mermaid formal dress, but white wasn't my color. Your homecoming ball. Cassie grabbed a short pink number that would look horrible with her skin tone. Put that down. And what do you mean, homecoming ball? Cassie froze, and then slow turned back to me. Don't tell your dad I told you. She rushed back to me and grabbed my hands. Frick, I knew I was going to mess this up. You are my best friend, and I knew I would mess this up. Calm down, I laughed. I would never tell my dad you messed up. I wrapped my hands around her shoulders and shook. Cassie, calm down and just tell me, she smiled and nodded. I was supposed to take you dress shopping for a surprise homecoming party tonight. You know your dad. I do. Which is why I shouldn't be surprised. I smiled and then forced the pink dress out of her hands. But this needs to go back, and you have to promise me you will never touch it again. I put it back on the rack. I started to go through the dresses and pulled a pale golden sheath dress that would look absolutely amazing on her. Here, try this on. I don't know Amy. Listen to you, best friend. I pushed her back toward the change rooms, and then I looked through the rack of myself. I was blissfully window shopping when I heard a voice that made my hackles rise. Take it off now. I could feel the power in the tone, and then I heard Cassie's sweet voice waver. You aren't supposed to command another wolf. You aren't in a position to demand anything from weaker wolves. Cassie's voice sounded pained. Well then, take off the fuck dress, and I wouldn't. Nix was in a full rage as I rounded the wall and saw Cassie being held face first into a wall with snarling red, headed she-wolf behind her with her cronies. And why would she do that? I pushed my hand outward and checked my nails as fear scented the air. Slowly, the she-wolves all turned, and then finally Amanda turned with a sweet smile. Amy, welcome back. I lifted my lip at her. Why are you touching Cassie? I smiled at her slowly. Specifically, why are you trying to take a dress I picked out for her? You picked this dress. It's amazing. I nodded. I know. That's why I picked it out. It matches Cassie perfectly. I walked over and pulled Cassie away from the crowd of women. Let me look at you. I saw the fear in her eyes, and Nick snarled. No one touched our friend. Cassie's wolf, Nora, was a timid brown wolf that Nix took a liking to. You're stunning. This is the dress. Wait. Amanda walked over next to us. I saw this dress on Cassie and thought that it clashed with her usual style. And you thought it would look better on you. I smirked as Amanda tried to stare me in the eye and failed. I felt her aura punch up a notch, and Cassie whimpered. Well, too bad. We had it first. I tried to handle this without the pissing contest, but Amanda punched up her aura again. Cassie whimpered and looked at me. I can pick a different dress. It's okay. She turned to take the dress off, and I saw a flash of triumph on Amanda's face. No, if you don't want it, I'll buy it for myself. I picked it up first, so it's mine. Amanda, you understand, don't you? I smiled down at the other she-wolf, and I could scent her frustration. Okay, Amy. It's yours. Cassie smiled at me before hustling back to the change room and taking off the dress before handing it to me. Did you have anything you wanted to try on? No, I am just going to buy these 2 dresses and we can go look at jewelry. I smiled over at the huddled group of women. I hope you guys find a dress for tonight. Then we left once we were out of earshot. I let out the snarl I was holding. The air rumbled between my lips, and Cassie ducked her head. A little bit of my aura leaked, and I felt guilty, but I was livid. Don't be mad, Aim. Cassie grabbed for my arm, and I watched her eyes flinch when she saw Nyx's golden eye staring back at her. She is not mad, little one. Nyx's smoky voice came from my lip. She had taken over, as when I lost my temper. I am, though. For such a weak wolf to think it is okay to wield her power in such a way when she is not even ranked. What has become of your pack? What was wrong with my father's pack? Without a Luna, the she-wolves, the are unmated, all act this way. They think the more power they wield, the more likely they will be able to find a mate. Cassie bowed her head. None of that, little one. You do not bow to me. Nyx pulled her head up and rubbed our cheek against hers, rubbing our scent on her. You are ours. The other she-wolves should not demand things from you. It is not the way of wolves unless you are ranked. Everyone else is equal, not here. Cassie wiped her eye and then turned to smile at me. Can Amy come back, Nyx? We have to get set for tonight, of course. Nyx receded to the back of my mind, but she was already deep in conversation with Loki. I knew we would have an interesting conversation with my father tonight. Chapter 8. So, do we walk to talk about it? I looked over at Cassie, but she was staring straight ahead. Cass, can we pretend like it never happened? Her voice was small when I pulled her over to the side of the mall and leaned in. Talk to me. What do you want me to say? She threw up her hands. It's miserable being this weak. Every she-wolf with more power out of the ranking demands we do their work, or their chores, or if we get nice stuff, they take it. Cass looked at me, and I could feel her pain. We have no alpha female that protects us here. The beta and gamma try, but they have their own duties. Cass wiped her face. We have learned to deal with it, and when it really gets bad, then your dad gets involved. Up arrow, Cass, you aren't here, and neither is your mom. If you get too involved, then we just suffer when you leave. She looked at me and then shook herself. Come on, let's go pick out jewelry for your dress. Which one are you going to wear? Don't worry about it. You are going to come over and get ready with me, right? So I can do your makeup and hair. I don't have anything to wear. Cassie looked to the side. Nonsense. You will just borrow something of mine. Let's go pick out some jewelry. I wrap my arm in hers and pull her to the store. I can wear something of yours. Cass smiled up at me as we walked into the store. Of course you can. You are my best friend. I bumped her hip and walked up to the counter. A set with onyx stones caught my eye. It was stunning. And then a soft golden number with diamonds. "Excuse me." "Yes." The saleswoman walked over and I pointed to the 2 sets. "You have a good eye." She pulled out the sets and I was amazed. "I'll take them," I smiled. "I'll just wrap them up. Hold on a moment." A new she-wolf I had never seen before walked in with Amanda in tow. "I want that golden number for my niece." I turned and smiled at the group of women. "Sorry, I already decided to buy it." The new she-wolf puffed out her chest and raised her eyebrow. "Are you the one that bought the dress before my niece? There must be a misunderstanding. You see, we had the dress first." I smiled over at the new wolf, but she just lifted her lip and pushed out her aura. She was strong for sure, but she didn't even reach the gamma level. "You don't speak to me that way, little girl." "Auntie," Amanda started, but I cut my eyes to her. "If I were you, I would be very particular about who you speak to like that." I smiled at her and cut my eyes to Amanda. "Nix, speak to Amanda's wolf and forbid them from speaking who I am to her aunt." "Smart." Nix pulled away, and I watched as Amanda jolted, and I smirked. "Who do you think you are?" she snarled before she looked at the human saleswoman. "I want that necklace for my niece. This little girl can't afford it." "Who says that?" I raise my eyebrow, surprised at the audacity of this wolf. "I do. Do you know who I am?" She stomped her foot like a child, and I just turned away. I didn't need nor want to deal with her anymore. "Don't you turn your back on me. I don't care, nor do I want to know who you are. I'm the future wife of the man in charge here." She looked smug, and Cassie and I burst out laughing. "Please wrap these up for me." I smiled at the poor saleswoman and handed her my black card. The card was my father's, but this time around I would make my own money. My mind drifted back to my previous life, where my father's pack went bankrupt due to Brandon, and Nick snarled in my mind. This time, he won't be able to force us to watch as he wipes out this pack using our mate bond. No, he won't. I promised this time around he would regret everything he did to us. I said no. The woman grabbed for me, but I moved out of the way. "Do not touch me." Nix growled in my mind, but I held my power in check. "Here you are, miss." The saleswoman handed me the bag with both sets and my card back. "Thank you." I smiled and wrapped my arm around Cassie's again. Then I turned to face the group of women. I forbade all of them from speaking of us good. "I will see you all tonight." I smirked and turned to leave, but the aunt, the stupid woman, grabbed me again, and I let out a low growl. "I already told you once not to touch me. Soon to be wife or not, I know the man in charge, and he would not want you touching young girls." I flashed my eyes at her. "You would do well to give me that necklace," she growled out. "And you would do well to remember this interaction tonight." I ripped my arm out of her grasp and pulled Cassie out of the store. Once we were a ways away, I turned to her. "Who was that?" "Aurora. A she-wolf who moved to the pack last year. She has the hots for your dad, and he did seem interested last time I saw them." "There is no way." I shook my head as we headed to my favorite sushi place. "My dad would never." "Well, Some of us think he will, and she would be the worst choice for all of us. She is the one pushing the unranked wolves to push us around. The gamma and beta won't step on her toes because the attention you father is giving her. I will handle him. We sat down at the booth that the server sat us at, and I clapped my hands. Now I won't let her ruin our day. I haven't had conveyor belt sushi in so long. I squealed, and Cassie laughed. I don't know why you like this place so much, because it's amazing. Then I grabbed for my plates. Let's eat, then we can go back to the house. So that's what we did. Chapter 9. There are my two favorite girls. My dad walked into my room as we just got back. Hi, Daddy. I walk over and hugged him and bowed her head. Hi, Alpha Devlin. None of that, Cassie, when it's just us. I've told you just to call me Dev. Cass blushed and nodded. Can I speak with my daughter alone for a minute? Of course, Alpha. Cass looked at me with a tiny bit of panic in her eyes as she turned away. I tried to reassure her, but I couldn't do much. She knew exactly what this conversation was about. I followed my father to his office and sat down with Ronnie and him. Talk. What is going on in this pack, Dad? What do you mean? Why are unranked she-wolves lording their power over the weaker wolves? I looked over at Ronnie, and he looked away. You obviously know what I am talking about. The beta and gamma female here are doing what, exactly? Hey. Ronnie looked at me. That isn't fair. I'm not saying it's fair. I looked back at my father. You are letting your pack crumble from within, and I want to know why. I stared my father in the eye until Loki was growling back at me, but Nyx growled right back. I refused to back down when a pack I loved was falling apart. The rumble of his threat got louder, but I held firm. My dad finally smiled, and Nyx receded. You have grown up. I nodded, but I raised my eyebrow, and my father huffed. It wasn't supposed to fall so quickly. What are you even talking about? It was Ronnie's plan. My father started, and I cut my eye to my uncle, who went a little pale. Look, I thought it would work. What exactly? I thought if your mother saw her friends and family falling apart, she would come back. My father's voice grew quiet with each word. I threw up my hands in frustrations. She doesn't speak to anyone here anymore. She asked the Alpha to forbid anyone from speaking to her about your pack so she could have peace. I shook my head. What were you thinking? I wasn't. My dad put his head in his hands. It's been years, Amy. Years without my mate. I know. I got up and hugged him from the side. Mom thinks you betrayed her, and she is pretty broken up about it still. I know. But I thought her Luna duties would override the betrayal. My dad looked up at me, and I laughed at his face. You are a stupid man, Dad. I just shook my head and sat back down. I turned on Ronnie. And so are you, Uncle. Hey, he called out. But I just looked at him until he nodded. We have to fix your pack this summer, too. I won't be able to go back to Mom's pack without knowing this bullshit has stopped. Okay, sugar. We can fix it. No, you can't. I felt Nyx agree with my thoughts before I voiced them. This is for the women to fix. I want the beta and gamma to meet with me before the party tonight. My dad jolted back in surprise, and I laughed. You asked my best friend to keep a surprise from me, Dad. First off, stupid move. You know she can't keep a secret. Second, even if she hadn't blurted out the truth, I would have figured out something from Aurora. I cut my eyes to my father, and I watched his cloud over. Ugh, now you've done it. Ronnie huffed out a breath before sitting back. What? Any time someone says her name, or he sees her, his eyes glaze over, and he won't shut the heck up about her. She is so beautiful, the most beautiful woman I have ever seen, even prettier than my mom. I threw it out without a thought, knowing he would say no. But to my surprise, without even hesitating, he said yes. Of course, your mother doesn't even hold a candle to the beauty of Aurora. I got to my feet and walked over, grabbing my dad's face as I felt something was amiss. His eyes were still unfocused. Is it always like this when her name is mentioned? Yup. For at least 5 minutes, then he goes back to being normal like nothing happened. Ronnie rolled his eyes. And this is normal to you? I looked at Ronnie over my shoulder and noticed his eyes were unfocused as well. Yeah, why wouldn't it be? Ronnie's eyes looked through me, and I knew something was wrong. Dad. I pulled his face to mine and swiped my cheek against his, sending a little of my aura out at the same time, and my dad pulled away. Sweetie, how did you get over here? My dad smiled, and I felt my knees go weak. Something was horribly wrong here, and I didn't have long to figure it out. Chapter 10. I walked back to my bedroom with everything just whirling in my brain. The she-wolves were staging a coup. My father was looking the other way to lure back my mother. Now, there was a she-wolf that was doing something fishy. Knowing witchcraft is real, maybe there is something is going on with that. I walked back into my room to see Cass in tears. What happened? I rushed over to the bed. Nothing. I just don't want you to leave. I wiped her face and laughed. Why are you already worried about the end of summer when I just got here? I collapsed next to her on the bed, and I listened to her sniffles. I know, it's stupid, but I could sense the slight tinge of fear in the room, and I knew something was said. Who came here while I was gone? I watched her tense, but she relaxed. No one. She looked away and the fear disappeared, like she got control of her emotions. Talk to me. I can't help unless I know. I whispered to her as I wrapped my fingers through hers. You can't help anyway. You will be gone soon, and we will just be here again, alone. Her hand tightened on mine. Not alone. I will be speaking to the beta and gamma females, and together we will get this pack in check before I leave. This wasn't going to continue if I could help it. Really. I could hear the tiny flare of hope in her voice. Really. I already talked to my dad. This is all going to stop. As an alpha, this power shift went against everything we stood for. The only ones with enough power to wield should be in the power structure. Everyone else was equal. That's how the moon goddess intended it. That's how it should be. Now tell me what is going on with you. I can't. She whispered back to me, and finally it all clicked. Who said what to you? No one. Fear leaked from her again, and she sat up. Don't push this, Amy. Please. I watched my best friend, my soul sister, beg me not to push. Fine. I relented. What else could I do? Let's get ready. I pulled her up and over to the chair in front of my vanity. No peeking. Cass just shook her head and closed her eyes while I got to work. I started with her hair. I used my blow dryer to finish drying it. Then I curled it. Once she was curled, I twisted her hair up and pinned it into a loose updo with curls falling out. Then I got to work with her makeup. Soft browns and golds accented her bright blue eyes. Her soft blonde hair was styled, and she looked stunning. I finished her with a soft pink lip, and then I stood back. You look gorgeous. She went to turn, and I pulled her back to face me. No peeking yet. I poked her face, and she giggled. Close your eyes again. Come on. She huffed, and I shook my head, like she could see me. Nope. No looking. I pulled her up and put her on the bed. You can open your eyes while I get ready, if you promise not to look at the mirrors. Fine. Cass huffed and opened her eyes, and I laughed. I want you to get the full effect, but I doubt you want to sit with your eyes closed while I get ready. I walk back over to the vanity and quickly dry and curl my own hair in soft beach waves. Then I did a dark, smoky eye and a red lip. Then I was done. You look gorgeous. The dark hair and makeup really suit you. I know. I smiled back at her. It's time to close your eyes again. I walk over to her and stand her up. I pulled her to my closet and rummage around for the new bra and under where I picked out and had cleaned once we got home from the mall. Put these on. Then close your and call for me when you're ready. I closed the closet doors and waited while tapping my foot. I was about to just open the door when I heard a soft "I'm ready." I walk in, and Cass is standing in her underwear, and she is holding herself around her middle. I pull out her dress and tell her to step into it. Then I zipped her into it. Then I changed into my own dress and pulled her out of my closet. One last thing, and we are done. I slipped the necklace on myself and the matching bracelets and earrings. Then I slipped the second set on to Cassie, and then I positioned us in front of my big mirrors. There we are. Look. Cass opened her eyes and her hands snapped to her face. Amy, I can't. Sure you can. You are just borrowing it. I winked as I gazed at the two of us. Her soft curves were held snugly in the golden dress, and the gold set with diamonds sparkled against her skin. My dark hair shone brightly against the maroon dress that hugged my curves. The onyx set in silver really brought the look together. We were stunning. There was a knock on my door. Time to go, baby. My dad's word jolted us back to the here, and now this was going to be good. Chapter 11. The room was full of wolves, and my scent glands were going haywire. Gathering so many wolves in one place always did this to me. My nose was sensitive, and I had to take a few deep breaths to calm myself. You girls ready? I looked up at my father and nodded. Can we enter without you guys? I asked my father why. I smiled over at Cass, who was on Ronnie's arm. You are planning something with the she-wolves, aren't you? Yup. I smiled up at him and slipped my arm out of his. If you hear a large fight, show up. But I swear, Dad, if you fawn over another she-wolf in front of me, I will hit you. My dad laughed at me. I promise I won't. and if by the smallest chance I do, you have full access to punch me in my face." He smiled down at me, and I stood on my tiptoes and kissed his cheek. "Thanks, Daddy." "You're welcome, my girl." I pulled my arm from his and held my hand out for Cassie. "Let's go. Are you sure, Amy?" Yes, I am." I smiled down at her, and she shook her head with a small smile. "Chin up. Don't worry, I got you." She nodded, and we opened the door and headed down the steps. When we hit the middle of the stairs, everyone had stopped to stare at us. "They are staring," Cass whispered to me, and I smiled. "It's because we look so hot." I whispered back as the smell of lust hit her in the face. She stumbled, but I held her up, and we kept heading down until we hit the bottom of the stairs. "Let's go get a drink." I pulled her to the bar and ignored the stares of all the men and women around us. Why are they staring? I already told you. We look hot. I handed her a glass of champagne and clinked my glass against hers. "Your birthday is in a few days, and these men are your potential mates. Take today and enjoy it, for your life will change when you hit 18. I knew that Cass found her mate the day she turned 18, and he was a good man. I couldn't remember who it was exactly, a guard or someone, but she was happy. I stopped coming here once I accepted Brandon. He forbade me from coming, saying he couldn't live with me being so far. It sounded sweet at first, but later on I realized it was just his need to control me. "What the fuck are you wearing, you tramp?" A screech rent the air, and the people around us grew quiet. I smiled into my glass as Cass paled, but I patted her back and I turned. "Excuse me." I took a small sip of my drink and faces Aurora. She was dressed in a pale white sheath dress and matching pearl necklace. Amanda was in a pale blue bodycon dress with a matching choker necklace. They were stunning, but no match for me and Cass. That dress and necklace were supposed to go to my niece. Amanda stood next to her aunt with her eyes staring at the floor. I quirked an eyebrow. "I bought them. They are mine. I allowed my best friend to borrow it." "What is the issue?" I tilted my head to the side and stared at the two. "Bullshit. You bought them, knowing that Amanda wanted them, and allowed that weak wolf to strut in here in front of us." I took in a deep breath and then squared my shoulders. "So," Aurora reeled back. She sputtered in front of me for a moment, and I took a step towards them. "Who are you to tell me what I am able to do? Are you my parents? Are you a gamma, beta, or an alpha?" "No." "Then why does it matter?" Aurora growled. "It matters because weaker wolves need to know their place." I agree. Weaker wolves should know their place. I growled out, and Nyx flashed in my eyes, and Amanda started to shake. Aurora didn't catch my meaning, but she puffed up her chest and went to grab Cass, but I stepped in front of her. "Move." She stomped her foot and let out her power. It crashed against me, and I wanted to laugh. She was so weak, but she felt like she was a bigger threat. "Don't touch her. Move." Aurora tried to go around me, but I grabbed her wrist and flung her back until she was on her ass. Her power lashed out again, but it washed over me. Cass whimpered again, but I kept her behind me. I growled out loudly, and then the crowd opened up, and my dad walked up through the crowd. What the hell is going on? My dad looked from me to Aurora. Once his eyes locked onto Aurora, I could see his eyes grow hazy. Devlin. Aurora got to her feet and ran into my father's arms. I wanted to growl, but I held myself in check. This girl was bullying me and my niece. His eyes moved to me, and I could see he didn't recognize me. I walked up to my father and stood in front of him. "How dare you?" he growled out, and I pulled back and punched him square in his face. Chapter 12. "Baby." My dad shook his head and his eyes cleared. Then he rubbed his jaw. "You had to." I nodded and cut my eyes to Aurora. "Something is going on." I looked down at the woman cuddled in my father's arms, and I wrapped my hand around her arm and wrenched her away, tossing her to the ground. "Get away from him." Nyx came to the forefront and flashed my eyes. Her screech hurt my ears as she landed, but I turned back to my father and Ronnie. I cut my eyes to Cass, and she walked over when I nodded. "Alpha Devlin, Beta Ronnie." She smiled at them and stood behind me. "What is going on?" "This she-wolf is driving the charge behind the unranked, wielding their power on the weaker wolves. Alpha." The beta female, Tina, walked over and smiled at me. "How dare you?" Aurora stood and tried to touch my dad again, and I growled, "Don't touch him." "Who are you to demand anything from me?" Aurora tried to grab for him again. "She's my daughter and the only alpha female in this pack." My father responded, lifting his lip in disgust. "Aurora, we will speak about this tomorrow." My dad took my arm and walked back to the front of the room, Cass and Ronnie following. "Welcome." My father's voice boomed over the room, and everyone bowed their heads. "Amy has come to learn for the summer, so we will have an alpha female here for the summer. Obviously, things have been happening under my nose, but she will be handling it going forward." My father pushed me in front of him, and I faced the pack for the first time. "Hello, everyone." I waved my hand, and I heard someone scoff and whisper about an alpha female, so I decided to release my full power of my aura at once. When I breathed out, my power slammed into everyone, and everyone dropped to their knees. Wave after wave of power slammed into them, and for the first time in a very long time, I could breathe. Time to pack it in love. My father whispered through gritted teeth, and I nodded. Slowly, I pulled back in my aura, and I clenched my metaphysical fist around it all. Slowly but surely, I was able to pull back all of my power and closed off that part of me again. I shook with the effort until it was gone, and slowly, everyone got to their feet. "Sorry, but I thought it smart to make a point. I am an alpha female, and I will not stand for the way the wolves here have been acting. I will get to the bottom of this, and those that have decided to follow suit in this absurd practice will be handled appropriately." I gave a soft smile, and I watched the room to see who smiled and who looked nervous. Not surprisingly, a few she-wolves that hang around Amanda looked very worried. I wanted to growl, but I turned to my father and wrapped my arm around one of his. "Now, this is a party," he called out and raised his arm. "Mingle, eat, and enjoy. Tomorrow we will be back to a normal routine." Actually, I looked up at him. If it is all right with you, I would like the beta and gamma females to start a new training program with me for all females in the pack. Tina and Jem walked to the front and nodded. I knew I didn't have time to speak with them, but I knew they would agree. Anything for you. My father looked to the room and smiled. You heard her. Tomorrow, we will start training the females. Let's eat. I called out, and the Omegas came out and started circling around with trays of food. I looked up at my father and waited until he met my gaze. What are the chances of some kind of love charm or potion being put on you? I whispered quietly under the din of everyone else talking. Not likely, but possible. Why? I widened my eyes. You have got to be kidding me. I smacked his arm and gestured behind us. Do you not remember me having to punch you in the face because you got googly-eyed over Aurora? I actually don't. My father scrunched up his face and then shook his head. I can't think straight, which is exactly why I think something is going on. I shook my head and turned to face the crowd, and I caught glares coming from Aurora and Amanda. But they would learn their place sooner rather than later. I'll leave it in your hands. My father leaned down and kissed my cheek. You will protect me, won't you? Of course. I smiled up at him and then went to mingle. Chapter 13. The knocking on the door woke me up, and I groaned. I wasn't ready to wake up. I snuggled deeper into my bed and ignored the knock when it sounded again. Ugh. What? I called out, and my father's chuckle from my door had me cracking an eye. Let a little too loose last night, did you? You know I did. I tossed my pillow and buried myself back under the comforter. But my dad just tossed the pillow back to me. Time to wake up. I don't want to. I groaned and grabbed my phone and realized it was 5 in the freaking morning. Dad, but his laugh interrupted my groan. Sorry, darling, but training starts now. He walked over and ripped the blanket off of me, and I screamed. The cold air jolted me more awake, and I wanted to whine more, but my father was already walking out. If you're not downstairs in 5 minutes, I'm dumping water on you. I groaned and kicked a little before I got up. I know it's stupid, and I needed to be better than my last lifetime, but I really wanted to still be asleep. I got up and wiped my face, then headed to change into a tank top and shorts while tossing up my black hair. I threw on my shoes and ran through the pack house to find my dad by the front door. I wiped the sleep from my eyes and nearly growled when I spotted his smug grin. Why? I couldn't form a coherent question yet, and he just laughed again. Because this is going to take you a long time to master, and we have to start as soon as possible. I tossed my head back and took a deep breath. I knew I would need to have control, enough control to hide myself in plain sight. So he was right. Okay. I wiped my face and jumped a few times to shake off the fog in my brain. Let's go. My dad pounded on my back and walked out the door. Have you shifted yet? My dad was heading down the porch steps as I closed the door. No. I met him at the bottom, and he nodded. He headed off to the bushes to the left of the house and tossed his clothes out. Within a minute, Loki is walking over to me, his black fur shining and his golden eyes glowing. his huge form as tall as my shoulder. "Hello, Loki. Hello, pup. Climb up. We have a way to go before we are clear of viewing eyes." "Okay." I walked down the steps and waited while Loki grabbed my father's clothes and then settled on his belly so I could climb up, and then he was off. I wrapped my fingers in his fur and leaned down, keeping my balance as best as I could. He was flying through the trees, dodging the brush and fallen logs. The air was whipping my hair around. He was moving so fast I could barely catch my breath, but it was amazing. The roar of the wind, the slash of the leaves as he cut around bushes and smaller plants. It's amazing, isn't it? Yes. I yell back, and he chuffed out a laugh. This is what shifting opens up for you. The world comes alive. The trees speak to you, the wind calls to you, the moon watches over you. The world calls to us, and our animals answer. When will I get to experience it? I couldn't wait until I could shift. Nix chuffed her agreement, but stayed silent. We shift when our bodies can handle it. The bigger or stronger the animal, the later we shift. Your father wasn't ready when he came of age. We shifted after he mastered his magic and his body. We were 20 when we finally shifted. I have to master my magic. I don't know if it's mandatory for you, but it was for us. We needed to be able to control the magic as we shifted. That way we didn't hurt anyone when we lost control. Nyx came forward, and I heard her speak to me and to Loki. Amy will have to do the same. I cannot come forward without that safety net in place. Why not? Nyx shook her head. Your power is waiting to be released. I hold it back. Just like my aura that you hold back. If our control slips even for a moment, it can leak out, and magic is chaotic without intent. You could hurt people you love. You could kill someone. Loki's voice cut in, and the reality of the situation really hit. If I couldn't master my magic, I would never shift, just like my previous life. Chapter 14. My father skidded to a halt at the edge of a small clearing with a stump in the center. I slid off Loki's back, and he trotted off to shift. He walked back to me and gestured to the center. Go sit. I nodded and walked into the clearing. The trees' shadows were still deep, as the sun has just breached the treetops. I shivered, not from the cooler temperature since wolves burn hot, but from the feeling of woods. It felt like something was here. Something was waiting for this moment. I turned to face my dad, and he was still at the edge of the clearing. Why are you still back there? This isn't for me, it's for you. I have already done my time in this place. Your time? What are you talking about? This is a sacred place. The clearing here holds our family's power, and it's warded against it. Against it. Dad, what are you talking about? Just listen. Sit down on the stump. I sank to the top of the stump and then looked back to my father. Take your shoes and socks off, then plant your feet. Why? His laugh cut through the quiet air. Are you going to question everything I tell you? He shook his head and then waved his hands. I took off my shoes and socks and then quirked an eyebrow at him. Happy, yes. Now the first lesson you have to learn is connecting to nature. We pull our power from the world around us. Give and take, push and pull. Every action has a reaction. My father planted his feet and took a deep breath. The trees shifted toward him, like his intake of breath was pulling them to him, and then he blew out. The trees bent backwards and shivered in the wind, almost dancing like they were happy. Sometimes we take power, sometimes like now, I give it. My mouth was hung open, and I was looking around. How did you do that? My eyes darted from the dancing trees to my father, and his face was alight. Magic. His laugh was contagious, and I laughed with him. Now to do that, like I said, the first step is to connect to nature. How? My mind was blown, and I had no clue how to connect to anything other than my phone. Focus on the air around you, the way the wind blows. Focus on your feet, how the grass tickles your soles, how the ground supports you, how the trees pull energy from the sun and the land, how the animals survive off the land. Everything is connected, and once you connect to the land, you can feel it all. It will be overwhelming. You will feel alive. For the first time in your life, you will truly feel alive. That's the only way I can explain it. Okay. I closed my eyes and felt the wind blow around me, and it whispered through the trees. I wiggled my toes in the grass, and I felt stupid. How do I know if I'm doing it right? I cracked open my eye, and my father was gone. Hello, Dad. I stood and started walking to the edge of the clearing and called again. Hello. The dark trees shifted, and I took a step back. I was alone in the woods, and I had no idea what I was doing. It was too dark to stumble through the trees alone, and I felt like eyes were watching me from the darkness. My skin pebbled, and I turned away from the dark shadows in front of me. Dad. Hello, I called again, and panic started to set in. How was I going to get back? He told you everything he could. Focus. He will come back for you once you have tried for a few hours. Nix's voice jolted me as I was so focused on my father being gone. I don't know what I'm doing. He can't tell us. Loki told me the same. He said all he could, and now it is up to us to figure it out. I sank back down to the stump and closed my eyes. But every noise, every shift, had me jumping. There is nothing to be afraid of here. This is a sacred place. You are safe here. Now focus. I took a cleansing breath and settled myself again. I closed my eyes again and focused on the wind and grass again. I settled deeper onto the stump and focused on my breathing, in and out, and eventually, everything started to fade. You fell asleep, huh? I jolted and fell off the stump, sprawling on the ground to my father's laughter. What? It's okay. I fell asleep my first time too. Come on. It's lunchtime. I stood and made my way to my father, who ruffled my hair. Come on, sleeping beauty. I'm starving. He walked away and came back as Loki. I hopped on and we made our way back to the house. Chapter 15. Let's go. Faster. You're wolves, not humans. You can do better than this. I screamed out again and again, standing next to the beta and gamma females. Tina and Lynn watched the females struggle to run around the inside track. I turned to face them with wide eyes. What is going on? Tina shook her head and watched the struggling women. The females here only train if they want to. Your father doesn't force us to train. I told him it was a mistake. Lynn, the Gamma, looked at the girls with a curled lip. Look at them. It's only been 2 laps, and they are already winded. The muscled woman shook her head and tossed her arms. I don't understand this laziness. What happens if we get attacked? Well, I'm here for 2 months, and in the future, you two will continue this after I leave. The 2 women cut their eyes to me, and I nod. I talked to my father, and he caved when I went over the last pack that kept this outdated opinion for the females in the pack. What pack? Tina furrowed her brows. Stonebrook. I shook my head. We had a few survivors that were transferred by the council before I left. What? Tina looked back to the group of women, and Lynn's mouth dropped open. The pack is gone, Lynn questioned, and I nodded. Wow. Second biggest pack can topple. Where does that leave us? Tina wiped her face and then screamed out. Hustle, ladies. A huge groan could be heard, but I smirked. It leaves us right here, training these women to fight for themselves. I clapped and walked over to the track. That's enough. Come on over. The girls stumbled in, and I had to laugh at their pathetic state. Ladies, that was just horrible. Tina cut in, sad. Lynn tossed out, a start. I shake my head at the 2 standing next to me and laugh. This is new and uncomfortable, but it is necessary. Why? One girl called out. Well, first, it teaches you how to protect yourself in case of an attack. Second, once you can shift, it creates a deeper bond with your wolf. And last, and this is the most important for this pack, it will teach you that other than the ranked wolf, aura power means nothing. Someone with a weaker aura can and will put down another wolf, as long as they have the right motivation. I heard someone scoff, and I looked over to Aurora, smirking, and I smirked back. Tina lifted her lip. It's true, it's rare. But I have even seen a weaker wolf put down a beta. She was protecting her warrior mate during an attack. How is that possible? A random voice came from the back. Wolves in the wild have the hierarchy, but our packs only have a couple of designations. Alphas, betas, gammas, and omegas. Everyone else in the pack live within the hierarchy, but also separate from it. I went over basic wolf structure. We know all this, Aurora called out and laughed with her group of mean girls. If you knew that, then this pack shouldn't be having the issues that is it having. I tossed back. Are you a ranked wolf, Aurora? I will be. She tossed back and I laughed. You know the probability of an alpha wolf mating to an unranked wolf? I cocked my head and stared her down. She glared at me. The answer, if anyone else was wondering, was 0. 0%. Even if the man liked the woman, the wolves would never agree. The female wolf would roll over and bare her belly, and the alpha wolf would tear into her for ever thinking she could make him bow down to her. That's what an alpha female does. She supports her mate, but also pushes back, stands up against him. A weaker wolf could never do that. I stared Aurora in the eye when I said it all until she looked away finally. She needed to understand that she would never match with my father. What is the issue you were talking about? One of the mean girls called out, breaking the tension. You have unranked wolves acting like they are ranked wolves and using their power to demean, bully, and command other wolves to do their bidding. So, my anger flashed with her smarmy voice. So, what if I commanded you to do jumping jacks until you died? She reared back and stumbled over her words. You can't do that. Who says? Her eyes darted back and forth, hoping someone else would say something, but everyone else stayed silent. The council. The council also states that unranked wolves cannot wield power over weaker wolves. I countered back. So what? The council is good enough to save yourself, but not good enough to follow. The silence was deafening. Chapter 16. I waited for the reality of what I said to sink in. What? You said it yourself. I can't command you to hurt yourself. Fine, let's go with something else. What if I commanded you to give me all of your money? I stared down at the girl, and she looked away. Something you've done, I see, I snarled. My eyes flashed. What's your name, Stephanie? I slammed my aura out, and Nyx took control as I raged. Do jumping jacks until I tell you to stop. Stephanie's eyes widened, but I turned away to reel in my wolf. She started bouncing up and down, and some girls chuckled, and I snarled. You think this is funny? Do you want to join Stephanie? Being made to do something and not being able to stop yourself is a horrible feeling. I whipped back to the girls, and Nyx snarled again. My power struck out again, dropping everyone to their knees. Everyone here will do jumping jacks until I say stop. Everyone started, even Tina and Lynn, but I commanded them to stop. What are you planning? Lynn turned to me. The three of us will go around and command each girl here to tell us if they wielded any power against another. If they say no, they can stop. If the answer is yes, leave them jumping. Tina nodded. For how long? I'll tell them to stop. I curled my lip and started for Cass. Have you ever used your power to command another person to do something against their will? Cass huffed out a breath. No. Her face was rosy from the exertion, and I smiled. You can stop. I let out a little power to release her from the command, and then I clapped her on the shoulder. It will get better. I moved on. Tina and Lynn walked through the crowd with me and released more and more women, until we had a small group of girls that Amanda and Aurora were surrounded by. This didn't surprise us. I walked back to the front and turned to face everyone. 40 women were standing around. Some had their hands on their knees, and some looked to be catching their breath. The remaining 8 girls were huffing and puffing, still doing jumping jacks. Everyone else can leave for the day. Tomorrow we will do this again. So more protein at all meals, and I will see you tomorrow. I called back, and the women all left except for the ones still jumping. Did you need us to stay? Lynn turned to me and I nodded. Yeah. I need you here for when these girls drop. I watched over them and waited, their legs and arms shaking with their movements. Stop this, Aurora called out, and I laughed. Or what? I called back. Please. Amanda called out in a tired voice. I stalked back to the group of girls and snarled again, getting in Amanda's face. You tired, you're weak. You don't want to do jumping jacks anymore. Yes, Amanda panted. You think the girls you made do things want to do them? I tossed back. Did they want to give you their money? Did they want to do your work? Your bidding? Did they not have their own shit to do? Amanda started to tear up. No, her lip trembled. So why should I stop this if you all never did? I snarled again. Why is the council good enough to save you from us, but not good enough to follow for the other rules? I don't know, she sobbed. So you are above the laws of our kind? No, she screamed. Then what gave you the right to demand anything from anyone? Nothing gave me the right. She shook harder. Then why did you do it? I waited, but she stayed silent. Why did any of you think it was a good idea to command others? It was shut up, Aurora called out, and I glared at her. You don't give the commands here, she snarled at me, but it was weak. Actually, a thought just popped into my head, and I decided to give it a try. I let my power slam into the women in front of me, and they screamed, but kept jumping. Stop jumping. They all collapsed onto the ground, catching their breaths. One girl crawled away and started to vomit. Pay attention. I command you all to never command another wolf again. Aurora screamed. That's not fair. I'm going to be Luna. You will never be Luna. And if by the smallest chance you ever do become a Luna somewhere, you won't be able to command your wolves, because you have proven you are not to be trusted with that power. I walked to Tina and Lynn. Get these girls home if they need medical. Contact the pack doctor. But everyone here needs to be back tomorrow. They nodded, and I walked away. Chapter 17. How did it go today? My father nudged me to a seat across from him and waved to an Omega. She brought in the plates. Thank you, Manda. Thank you, Manda. I smiled up at the girl, and she ducked her head, then left. I turned back to my father. It went as well as expected, which wasn't good at all. I pointed to him and nodded. Exactly. What happened? He dug into his food, and I told him about the day. We started with running, and even those that had already shifted were weak. My dad threw out while waving his knife around. Pathetic, I countered. I cut into my steak and nearly moaned with the first mouthful. They barely made it 2 laps before they were huffing. Then I called them over, and we started to talk about what was going on. And then some girls were giving us pushback about commanding other wolves. So I made a point. What was the point? My father focused fully on me, and I grimaced. He might not agree with my decision. They wanted to hide behind the council, but then balked when I told them that what they were doing was against our laws too. I growled out, thinking about what they said. So I commanded them to do jumping jacks while we questioned them. Then those that were innocent were released. And the ones that weren't. My dad leaned back, and I dropped my cutlery. I left them jumping until they got the point across. How many threw up? Only one. I nearly whispered the last part, but my father just laughed. You do what you have to do, darling. I gave you free rein of the women, and I meant it. I picked my fork and knife back up and continued eating. Now, are you going to give me such a fight tomorrow morning? I rolled my eyes and looked at him. I don't understand what I am even doing. I already told you, you are connecting to nature. My dad cleared his plate, and Manda came back with his dessert and took his plate away. Figure out the way you need to connect to nature yourself. I can't guide you, or else you won't bond the way you need to. Bond the way I need to. If I tell you how it works for me, and you make a connection, it might be strong for you, but more often than not, my way won't work as well for you. You might cripple you magic, forge your own path, and bond with your own magic to reach your full potential. I don't know if it will matter, I tossed back. Oh, believe me, it will. My dad shook his head. Once you create your own bridge, I can teach you my way, and you will feel the difference. You will see how much it will tie your hands, and you will hate it. How do you know? I did the exact same thing you are doing. I've been in your shoes. He tossed his head back and laughed. I hated it. My grandmother would taunt me day in and day out, and I hated it. But once I was able to do it, she taught me her way, and the power was a mere trickle compared to the roar of my bridge. I watched as my dad's eyes grew misty. I miss that old bat, your grandma. He cut his eyes to me and gave a tiny nod. You would have loved her, and she you. But witches, they don't live as long as us, and she was already old by the time I came of age. She died. He nodded. Died swinging her cane and bellowing her power at Rouge. What? We were attacked a few decades back, maybe 100 by now. She was alone in her cabin when they attacked. She came to help, but she was old and slow. 2 Rouges attacked her at once, and I watched her take them down. But soon they realized they had to take her down if they wanted to win. This little old human woman was blasting through their ranks. I watched her send out her power, and then she was gone. She took every one of them with her, though. A tear fell, and he brushed it away. She sounded amazing, she was. Just like you. You remind me of her. You even look a little like her when she was younger. Really? My dad got up and grabbed a faded picture frame from a shelf and brought it over. There in the photo was a gorgeous young woman holding a babe. Her dark, curly hair trailed over her shoulder. It was like looking in the mirror. Chapter 18. I look exactly like her. Well, you have your mother's nose. My dad laughed. I didn't want to scare you. He peered at the picture, then at me. This is where we come from, Amy. He tapped the photo. Our power stems from her. We have her to thank for everything we can do to protect our pack. You use your power to protect your pack. I met his eyes. Of course. We do what we have to do. My father sat back down and wiped his face. Anyway, let's forget about that for now. What are your plans for the girls? I commanded anyone that was using their power to demand things from weaker wolves to never command again. I cut my eyes away from his face. I knew this would not sit well with him. Amy, I know. It's against the law, but there is something going on with them. One girl was going to say something, but then one of the others commanded her to shut up. So I made sure she couldn't command anyone else. But you can't fight against wrongdoing by following suit. Commanding someone of lower rank is frowned upon when it is not in the pack's interest. Only wolves of rank may make a command of a wolf under them. commanding a wolf of rank to no longer use their command is prohibited. I listed off the rules in the laws from the council. No, where does it state that I cannot remove the ability to use their command of an unranked wolf? I made sure I was still within the law. I tossed my hair. You are splitting hairs, Amy. I know, but it was for the interest of the pack. These wolves were actively breaking the law, for I don't know how long here under your nose, torturing weaker wolves into what equates to slavery. Hey now, that is a little dramatic. My dad ran his fingers through his hair, but I just raised my eyebrow. They were demanding weaker wolves to do their chores, give them food, their clothing. Some even demanded their money. If they resisted, they were tortured with their aura and physically assaulted until they complied. My dad remained silent, but I continued. They targeted certain girls daily, forced some to skip meals, to cut their hair, to wear ridiculous or skimpy clothing. One of the girls told me they even tried to make her reject her mate. What? I just nodded. Why wasn't this brought to my attention? Aurora has everyone under some kind of spell. Anytime someone tried to talk to anyone other than the beta and gamma females, they were dismissed. I sat back and watched my dad's mind drift off. I got up and slapped him across the face. What was that for? He rubbed his cheek, and I dropped back down to my chair. Any time I say that name, your eyes grow glossy, like you are drunk. Drunk off her. I finished my plate of food as he considered what I was saying, and Manda brought in my dessert. Creme brulee, my favorite. It worries me the effect she has on all the men, and who might just fall under her spell permanently. I know who my mate is, Amy. I know you do. But when she is around you and I am, not who's to say what happens. I cracked into my dessert. She has some sway over you, Dad. Okay. My father wiped his face again. So you are saying stay away from the she-wolf we shall not name. I laugh at my wizard reference, but my dad just shook his head. You still watch human movies, of course. Not like there are a lot of werewolf movies out there. I rolled my eyes. Anyway, nice sidestep. If you want to avoid talking about your reaction to who shall not be named, then how about we talk about how we can break it? I don't know, to be honest. But your grandmother left behind her journals you can go through. You haven't read them. He shook his head. She said they weren't for me to read. I was to give them to my daughter. She knew me, goddess no. She was gone long before you, but she had the ability to see things that had not come to pass yet. She could see the future. My mouth dropped open. His laughter caught me off guard. Amy, you have lived another life, and this surprises you. I guess he was right. Once you lived one life and were reborn, seeing the future isn't a stretch. I'm going to be honest, Dad. All of these surprises me too. But I promise it gets easier. Go to bed. We have an early day. I nodded, kissed his cheek, and left. Chapter 19. The next morning was much of the same. I awoke to my father's knock, and we made our way to the clearing. He nudged me into the clearing, and I walked to the stump and sat down. By the time I looked back up, he was already gone. I don't know what the fuck is going on, or what I am supposed to do here. I shook my head and took off my shoes. I planted my feet and took a cleansing breath. Then I closed my eyes and focused. Like my father explained, the air was a soft, gentle breeze. I felt it dance across my skin. It played with my hair, tangling my curls as it blew through the clearing. The early morning sun crested the treetops. I could feel the warming light hit my skin. I wiggled my toes in the grass, and it tickled the bottom of my feet. I opened my hands, palm up on my knees, and settled deeper onto the stump. This is stupid. I opened my eyes and looked around, but I was talking to myself. Is it? I whirled around to see my father's grandmother walking towards me. How is this possible? Magic, granddaughter, magic. She smiled as she made her way in front of me and then sat down. Your father is foolish. She crossed her legs and placed her hands palm up on her knees. Why do you say that? Because he had years of training with me before I stuck him in this clearing with no guidance. You did not. I have no idea what I am doing here. I know, and that is why I am here. She looked at me and gestured. You are in the right position, well, almost. Get off the damn stump. It's dead, and you need to connect to nature, not death. I got up and sunk into the grass and mimicked her, crossing my legs and flipping my hands up. Better. Now close your eyes. Look inside yourself. Clear your mind of every thought, ever worry, and focus on your breathing. What does this do to connect me to nature? She giggled, and I cracked an eye. Nothing, granddaughter. This is connecting you to you. You have gone far too long without knowing your true self. I think it is time you look inside. Once you know yourself, nature will come easier. I know myself. I sounded a little offended, but she just laughed at me again. Do you? Truly, before you were sent here, you didn't even know you had magic, and now you know yourself. Come, granddaughter. Give it a try. Fine. I closed my eyes and silenced my thoughts, which took longer than I would like to admit. Then I waited. But connecting to myself seemed a little more active than just waiting. So after nothing happening for however long, I started digging deeper. The deeper I went, the darker it got. Where are you? I don't know what I was looking for, but I could feel something waiting. Hello, Amy. A giant, dark wolf walked out of the blackness and sat in front of me. I don't even know how I was seeing the wolf, but it was like she gave off an inner light. Her golden eyes stared into mine, and I lifted a hand. I touched the crescent moon of white fur on her forehead, and I knew this was Nyx. Hello, Nyx. How do I look? Big. Bigger than any wolf I have ever seen. That's because I am, she chuffed, and then turned to walk away. You are not done. Keep looking. I walked deeper into my inner mind, and I came across a brown, shaggy wolf that reminded me of my mother's wolf. Who are you? I am your wolf. Well, one of your wolves. The soft voice rang out, and I looked deeper into her blue eyes and lifted my hand. Megan, I have never heard you. I softly stroked her fur. I am not an alpha wolf, so Nyx speaks for the both of us. How do I have two of you? I sat down and pulled her head into my lap. I stroked her head over and over, forging the bond what I felt was needed here. You have to wait to find out. But magic isn't your only surprise. She hopped up and licked my face, and I felt the bond snap in place. You will hear me now that we have a bond, but you are not finished. Go deeper. I stood as she walked away, and I started down deeper. I walked for what felt like an eternity, and then I felt a spark. I turned in a circle, waiting for the spark to ignite again, and then I was running, deeper into my very soul, and there I found it, Chapter 20, a glowing green orb that shined like the sun. I walked closer to it, and I could see the orb was pulsing. With every step closer, I could feel my pounding heartbeat, and my heart was in time with the orb. What are you? Nix and Megan walked out and sat beside me. This is your power. This is the center of your soul. Your power that runs through your body comes from this orb. Your entire being is in sync with this piece of you. Megan nudged against my hand. Megan and I are a part of you, but separate. We are our own souls that share your body and mind. But this part of you would still be here if we weren't. It is woven into your very soul, your human soul. This is your grand's legacy for you, the very power that ran in her veins, your father's veins, and now yours. It will pass to you pups and beyond. Nix leaned forward. If werewolves were to even die off, your line would continue to hold power. Megan followed suit and leaned toward the orb. Ribbons of power floated out and stroked each of their faces. This is me. I held up a hand and waited for the ribbon that was slowly coming forward. This couldn't be me, yes. Both wolves answered at once. The ribbon pulled back before it reached out to me, and the orb grew dim. What's wrong? You are not ready for it. Megan got up and walked back into the darkness. You do not believe yet. Nix bumped against me and then got up and walked away. When you truly believe in yourself and your power, it will come to you. For now, sit and observe. Open yourself to the possibilities. Open yourself to you. Her voice faded, and once again, I was alone in the dark with the flashing orb, but the light was fading. I did this. I was saddened by the fading light, and I didn't know why. Everything faded away, and I opened my eyes to the clearing. And I was once again alone. Always alone. Never alone, granddaughter. I am here, watching over you always. In this lifetime and your last. Open yourself up to the possibilities and believe in yourself. You are stronger than you know. Her voice faded, and the clearing grew still. There was a soft drop of water on my leg, and I looked up to the sky, expecting to see clouds, but the sky was blue and clear. I realized I was crying. I wiped my face as a second tear fell. What is going on? I wiped my face again, but I couldn't stop the flood of tears that kept coming. Why am I crying? I got up and made my way out of the clearing as sobs racked my body. I didn't understand why I couldn't stop the tears. I wasn't hurt. I wasn't sad. Why can't I stop? I dropped to my knees and keeled over. I stayed like that until I felt my father's arms wrap around me. Why can't I stop? When you doubt the power inside of you, something that is woven into your very core, you hurt yourself. Like you shoved a dagger into your heart. It is a soul wound, and it hurts. The crying will pass. How do you know? I looked up at my father, but I couldn't see him clearly through the veil of tears. Because I was where you were once upon a time. I did the same thing. My father shook his head. I am surprised, though. I thought this would take you longer. Grandmother helped me. She said you were stupid to put me in the clearing without teaching me anything, as she had taught you how to dive inside yourself before she sent you in there. My father froze mid-step. My grandmother, yes, she guided me on how to dive into myself so I could see my wolf. I know he is your father, but don't tell him you have two wolves yet. Come to terms and figure out why you have the two of us. You can tell him when you have answers. Megan's soft voice interrupted me, and I corrected myself. Wolf, a tear fell from his eye onto me. She was always a meddler, that woman. Even before I met my mate, she told me I was going to have to make a hard decision, and when I needed counsel to find her here. She never came to me like she did you, but I heard her voice inside my head, guiding me to what I should do. One pup is better than none. And you can always have more than once the truth comes to light. I miss her. I know. I hugged my father tighter, and then we headed back. Chapter 21. Let's go, I yelled behind me, frustrated with the progress these last few weeks have given to these ladies. Hustle. I ran with them, leading them while Lynn and Tina running at the very back. I would have lapped them 3 times if I ran my regular pace, which is ridiculous. I don't have access to my wolves yet. Soon, Amy. Soon. Nix's voice came to me as I panted around the track. I finished the laps and walked over to the water cooler and grabbed a bottle of water, waiting for everyone else to finish. I stretched out my arms and then dropped to the ground to lean over my legs to stretch them. Amy, you are killing us. Cass dropped next to me and I looked up, surprised. You finished first. No, you did. Cass pushed me and laughed, but I shook my head slowly. No, Cass, you were behind me, which is fantastic. You don't have a weak wolf. I smiled over at her, and Nix chuffed in my head. Of course, she doesn't have a weak wolf. Lily just doesn't see the point in putting her strength into her aura when she can use it to make herself stronger or faster. Unranked wolves have to make the distinction. What would be more useful in the pack? Aura or physical strength? The conceited wolves, like their human counterparts, choose aura to seem bigger, and smarter wolves, like theirs, make use of the physical attributes. Why do you have both? I leaned back, with Cass looking like I lost my mind. What? Who are you talking to? Cass leaned over her legs, my wolf. I answered slowly, while furrowing my brow. You talk to your wolf. My head snapped over to face her. You don't. No. Oh, Cass, you should. First, it strengthens your bond. And second, they are your best friend and confidant. How do I start? Cass sat back. Have you heard your wolf speak yet? I moved closer. No, don't they go over this with you in school? I shook my head. The Luna is supposed to teach us. Cass looked down and I froze. My mother was supposed to teach the wolves here and she left. Okay. I stood and helped her to her feet. New plan for today. Ladies, new plan. Make your way here, please. They haven't completed their laps. Tina called over. Yeah, I know. But I just heard something that I think is hindering them, and I plan on rectifying it right now. Come on, ladies. Gather round and sit, please. I had Cass sit back down with the others, and I passed everyone a water bottle. Settle, and when you're ready, we will try something new. What is it now? Amanda whined. Silence. I snapped out and waited for the others to settle. Now, I was just informed that my father and my mother has done you a disservice. That is going to change right now. Everyone, close your eyes. What are you trying to pull now? Aurora started, but I just glared at her and growled. But she just rolled her eyes before closing them. Now, I want you to focus on yourself, your center. Picture a deep, dark forest. You are walking through the dark forest. Tell me what you hear. Bugs. Someone said, the wind in the trees. Tina said, and I looked over to find both the beta and gamma with their eyes closed as well. I feel the grass on my feet. Another girl said, something is here with me, Cass whispered, and I smiled. Who is it? I asked. I'm too afraid to look, she whispered back. Trust me when I say this to you. Whoever is in your woods is not to be feared. Turn and look. Say hello. I squatted down in front of Cass, and I watched as her face morphed into surprise. It's Lily. Cass's eyes flew open, and I smiled and nodded. I stood up and watched every girl's face take on a look of surprised wonder. Say hello to your wolf. Talk to them every chance you get. Spend the rest of the day getting to know your wolf. It will take a while, but they will become your closest friend. The one person you can tell anything to. Aurora laughed. These pathetic wolves didn't even know how to talk to their wolf. She laughed harder. I don't see what is so funny. Your own niece didn't even know how to speak to her wolf, and that was something you could have remedied yourself. But this pack hasn't had a Luna in almost 17 years. It isn't anyone's fault, but the fault of the alpha and Luna of this pack. Something else I will fix before I go back home. I turned back to the group. Dismissed. Spend the day with your wolves. Chapter 22. Dad. I slammed into his office and dropped into a chair. He just looked up from his phone call to me and raised a finger. Yes, Stephen. She will be returning in the next month, but if she wants to move here permanently, you can't refuse the request. He paused and met my eyes. I understand you think she might be your son's mate, but if she isn't, you can't block her again. He nodded. I'm happy we could come to an agreement. Thank you, Stephen. I will see you at the Alpha Summit. He hung up the phone and smiled up at me. Come on in, Amy. What can I do for you? I smiled and shook my head. Dad, what was that about? Just clearing the way in case something changes and you want to come back here or stay. He smiled up at me and I just laughed. My father was the troublemaker Alpha. What made you bust in here just now? My smile turned into a grimace and I flopped into a chair. Our family is failing this pack. What do you mean? You have had no one else heading the wolf classes since Mom left. I huffed out a breath and walked as he froze. Well, fuck, I nodded. I honestly forgot about them after the first year. He scratched his head and leaned back. How did you figure it out? I asked Cass, if she was talking to her wolf, and she was confused. I cut my eyes away from the ceiling to look at his face. None of them had. My father cursed again and stood, pacing away from his desk. It's second nature to talk to our wolves, not when they first awaken, and if your wolf isn't accepted, they stay quiet until you talk. But he looked at me and I saw devastation. I know. Once you hear your wolf for the first time, you never stop talking to them, and it becomes second nature. But if you never knew to say hello, well, it's lonely for the both of you. I shook my head. I released them once I introduced them to their wolves so they could catch up. I know training will go a lot smoother now. My dad nodded and collapsed into his seat. I have failed this pack, haven't I? He dropped his head into his hands and huffed out a breath. No, we all have. I got up and wrapped my arms around his shoulders. Mom, too. Your mother didn't fail. Yes, she did, because a good Luna would have made sure the classes and everything continued with her beta female, and she just took off. Hurt or not, she had duties. Amy, my father admonished, but I shook my head. Mom has been teaching me how to be a Luna all my life, and I learned my responsibility from her. She needed to practice what she preached. I rubbed his back and then sat back down. I will set up the classes with the beta female before I leave. Thank you, baby girl. Can I go into Mom's old office to see what books she left there, so I can hand them over until you get a new Luna? You know, I will never have a new Luna, Amy. My dad started, but then the phone rang. I have to take this. Go ahead, darling. You know where to go. I kissed his cheek as he answered the phone, and I headed to my mother's old office. The place my father hasn't touched or let anyone else but me enter. He goes into the office to dust, but no one else. I open the door and nearly growl when I scented the room. Aurora has been in here. I slam the door shut and I stomp over to the desk, searching to see if anything was missing. I knew this office was like my room at home. Everything had a place I memorized growing up during my time here. I looked around for an hour, and nothing was out of place. Aurora's scent was coming from my mother's chair, and I knew my father would lose his mind once he came in here next. It looked like she rustled through some of the paperwork and tried to get into the cabinets, but she didn't have the key for access. Thank the goddess. I sat down at her desk and unlocked her desk from a key around my neck and pulled out her books. I looked through everything and I found the one I needed. It was the one with her notes on the coming of age. I knew she had a book on it. This is what I would give to Tina so she can restart the classes. Chapter 23. Amy, Cass's voice jolted me from my own thoughts. I got up from my mother's desk and walked to the door, opening it. Hey. I looked her over, and she had tears drying on her face. What's wrong? I stepped out. Nothing, everything. I had a question. Anything. What's going on with you? It's Lily. Cass grabbed my hand and I stepped out of the office and closed the door. What do you think you're doing in the Luna's office? Aurora's voice was overly loud and it grated on my nerves. I turned to her, pulling Cass behind me. Who are you to question me about my mother's office? I lifted my lip. The real question is, why have you been in the Luna's office? Aurora stumbled. Did you think I wouldn't smell you all over the office? You are not permitted in the office. It's not yours to use, sit in, or dream about. I was becoming more and more agitated the closer I stepped toward her. I don't know how many times I have to say this to you, Aurora, but you are not the Luna. You will never be the Luna. My father won't ever fall for you, even with whatever magic you are using on him, she sputtered. I'm not using magic. Who would ever use magic on an alpha? Cass leaned in behind me. Magic is real. Her soft question caught me off guard. How is it, Aurora, that you aren't surprised like Cassie because I used the word magic? Something our world has never heard of or considered real. She leaned in to question it, but you glazed right over it, accepting the term and moving past it. I stepped closer, and a hint of panic hit my nose. Everyone has heard of magic, Amy. Whether or not is real is another story, and everyone knows it's not. She tossed back, but the panic in the air grew thicker. So magic was being used. I had to figure this out quick, before she sunk her claws deeper into my father. I pointed my finger in her face, pressing it against her cheek. You stink of your lies, Aurora. And I won't stop until I figure out exactly what the fuck you're doing to my father. I snarled in her face, and she whimpered. Amy, my father's voice boomed, and I stumbled back a step. Dad, I looked up at him. His eyes were clouded and unfocused, but his face was dark with anger. What's wrong? How fucking dare you ask what's wrong? Like you weren't just getting into Aurora's face. How could you? You know how much I care about her. He came forward, and she slid her hand into his, her fingers of her second hand tapping the back of his. What? I shook my head and looked back at Cass, but she just shook her head in disbelief. Dad, what the hell did you just say? What? I love her aim, and you will just have to get over it. My dad smiled down at Aurora, who snuggled into his arm. See, I told you I would be the next Luna of this pack. My eyes shot between their faces, looking for any hint of recognition on my father's face for what he was saying. Anything that would snap him back to the here and now. Dad, I watched as his eyes shifted from his normal blue to the gold of Loki, and then back. Like his two sides were fighting until he screamed and partially shifted. Aurora screamed and backed away from my partially shifted father, with his claws and fur rippling down his arms. What is going on? Loki's voice ripped through our minds in the hallway, making all of us wince. Alpha. Aurora's timid voice rang out, but Loki just turned and growled at her. I would leave, quickly. I called out to her while I slowly started toward my father's side. Aurora tried to sidle back up to his side, but Loki and Nyx both growled loudly, and she turned with a shriek and was running down the stairs. Dad, calm yourself. I inched closer and rubbed his arm. You know what she's doing to us yet, pup? Loki finally turned and focused on me, but I could only shake my head. I'm new to this stuff. I haven't even figured out how to connect to nature yet. I softly admitted, and Loki just snorted. What do you mean, you do not know how to connect to nature. You are a wolf, born of nature, raised in nature. Our very fiber is nature. You just have to open yourself up to your animal to see that. I am open with my animal. Obviously not, if you can't feel nature. Nature should have come easily to you if you were. Chapter 24. I waited until my father left me alone in the clearing before I dropped to the grass and closed my eyes. I reached deep inside myself and did the only thing I could think of. Grandmother, I need your help. I waited in the silence of the clearing until I felt a chill run down my neck. I opened my eyes to see her sinking down in front of me, her silver and black hair hung in a braid over her shoulder, swinging in my face, and she lowered herself, and I couldn't stop myself from reaching out to brush the strands, but I felt nothing. I'm not truly here, Amy. I send my sprit to you when I sense your need. But you cannot touch the spirit world, as I cannot touch the living. I don't feel the ground we sit upon, or the wind that blows through your hair. But you seem so. I trailed off, alive, because I am in a weird way, who is to say Earth is the only life we live. She gave a secret smile and a wink. But that is not for you to worry about right now. Now, why have you called me here? I have given you the only guidance the moon goddess will allow. She trailed her fingers through the grass, but I finally noticed that none were moving. I know. I worried at my lip for a moment. Stop. She raised her hand before my face, and I swear I could feel the heat of her skin. Talk to me, little one. What have you been so anxious? Dad, what has he done now? She settled back and turned her face to the early morning sun. Something is wrong with him. What do you mean? She tilted her face back further. When he is alone, he's fine. He remembers everything. He's alert. He's not warring with Loki. Her head snapped down. Warring with Loki? What? Her brows furrowed, and she sat up. Stop beating around the bush and explain. There is a wolf. Her name is Aurora. She says she is going to be the next Luna. My grandmother laughed. You father is devoted to your mom. My mom has been gone for almost 17 years now, Grandma. What? She screamed. Okay, a little bit of backstory is needed. Dad came back from his first life and changed it by pretending to cheat on my mother. I know that foolish girl. I'm the one who told him to. What? Why? Wait. He said you were long gone before then. And I was. But just like you, he called on me, and I gave him advice. She rubbed her face. But he was supposed to tell her the truth once he found out the culprit and bring her home. I watched, and she stood up and paced. Maybe he still hasn't figured it out. But it has been 17 years. What is going on? She whirled back to me and motioned me with her hands to continue. So when Aurora isn't around, he's fine. But when she is, his eyes cloud over, and he says he loves her. I stood and made my way to where she was pacing in a circle. Just yesterday, he yelled at me, saying that he loved her, and then him and Loki fought for control. Loki won, but barely. I reached out for her, but my arm passed through her, and she looked down at my hand. I know nothing about magic, but something isn't right. She rubbed her face and turned to face me. You won't be able to do anything until to connect to nature. She pointed me to the ground, and I huffed, but obeyed. Once I dropped to the ground, she settled on her knees in front of me. You still need to focus on this, but once you're done with your day, I need you to sneak away from your pack. Do you know the old gazebo in the far back corner of the yard? Yeah. I used to play on it when I was younger. Under it, there is a doorway. Find a way in and follow the path. It will lead you underground for about a mile. When you come up, follow the trail to my old cabin. Under the gazebo, listen, pup. In my cabin, there will be a fireplace made of old black and white stones. The fifth black stone from the left will be heavy, but liftable. Under it is a book. Grab it. You will find answers there. A book. How is a book going to help me? She laughed. Amy, you called your 100-year-dead grandmother to a clearing for advice. Why wouldn't a book have answers? She leaned in and kissed the air in front of my forehead, and I swore I could feel her lips. Get the book, find your answers. Then she was gone. Chapter 25. Let's go, ladies, I called out, watching the girls move faster than I had seen this month. Cassie, in particular, was moving a lot faster. Once the girls finished their laps, I had them circle up. Congratulations, ladies. We are finally moving like wolves. Now we can up the ante. What do you mean by that, Charlotte? A female that just had her first shift last week perked up. Well, now that you're actually running and you have built the muscle on, now we can break off onto shift and non-shifted sides. For what? Cass asked, bouncing on her toes. Hand-to-hand combat. I smiled, and some girls jumped with their excitement. Finally, Tamara squealed. I've been waiting for this since we started. Well, we talked about it, and Amy here thought that getting you moving and building muscle was a stronger base than throwing you into the thick of it. Tina smiled and bumped her little sister's shoulder. I know, and she's right. I would have died week 1, but now I'm ready. Tamara laughed back. Let's go. I want shifted on my right-hand side and non-shifted girls to my left. There was a quick shuffle, and most of the girls moved to the left-handed side, leaving only a handful on my right. Now pair off. Once we see you all grapple a few times, we will match you with people that are closer to your skill and strength levels. I watched as everyone paired off. Now, ladies, we don't want to see girl fights here, but we also don't want you trying to kill each other. We want to see clean fights. No hair pulling, no scratching if you can help it. Lynn called out. Also, for those of you that are unshifted or recently shifted, anger can provoke a shift. If you start to feel a shift coming on, or you partially shift, combat stops there. We will learn to fight in wolf form later on. Before we start, though, I want everyone to form a fist and hold it out, I called out, and the 3 of us started going through everyone. This is stupid, Amanda whispered to another crony as I walked up to them. You think this is stupid? I stopped in front of her and grabbed her hand. Yes. She rolled her eyes. Why? I looked her fist over and then wrapped my fingers around her fist, because I know how to make a fist. She scoffed, and I squeezed, causing her to scream and drop. If you knew how to make a fist, Amanda, you wouldn't currently be on your ass. You tucked your thumb, and if I squeeze any harder, or if you say, hit someone with it, then you would shatter your fucking thumb. I pulled her to her feet and opened her hand. I tucked her thumb and reformed a proper fist. So I check, because it can stop you from making a very stupid decision. Thank you. Front. She wiped her brow and looked away. I nodded and moved on. Once everyone was checked, I walked back to the now. We know this spar is going to be bad. We aren't expecting you all to know what you are doing. But this is to help us gauge exactly where you are and where we should start with each of you. Do not. I paused, making eye contact with most of the girls. Do not assume that if you can't fight, you won't get better. We will make you better. I pointed out Lynn and Tina. We will all be walking around. We might stop your fight, make a pointer, or give a direction. Listen to what we all have to say. Learn from what we have to say, and I promise, every day, every fight will be better. I waited until a few nodded. Begin. Each set of girls charged at the other and started fighting. We had to stop a few that got too heated. One set had the other's hair wrapped around their fists, and pulling them apart was hell. But overall, it was a good start. I watched as Lynn walked up to Cass and her partner, separating the two and walking them through on how to throw a proper punch. Once the two showed a few air punches, Lynn had them get back to sparring, and both ended up with black eyes. I laughed, but they were smiling. I helped a few others do the same, and by the time the fighting was over, more than a few had fat lips and bruises. One girl who was paired up with Aurora was missing a patch of hair because Aurora didn't understand stop, and one had to be taken to the doctor. But everyone else was all smiles. Chapter 26. Amy. I whirled to face my father and tried to smile. Yes, Daddy. I looked up at him as he looked over at me. What are you doing? He chuckled at my outfit. Are you going to break into a bank? I looked down at my black hoodie, pants, and boots. I just shrugged. I'm going for a hike, in all black, with a flashlight in the late afternoon. He laughed again and crossed his arms. Why not? I tossed a small wave and ran away before he could ask any more questions. I headed down the stairs and around the back, heading through the kitchen and out the door. I heard Cass calling out for me, but I ran toward the back of the yard. Once I had run through a couple of small patches of woods, I finally spotted the gazebo. I beelined for it. I was running through what my grandmother said. I circled the side and found nothing. I circled a few times, and there was no way under. I threw my hands up in the air, frustrated with the search already. What in the hell am I going to do? I huffed and slammed my back against the wood paneling on the gazebo. I felt something pop, and the panel disappeared, and with it, so did I. I tumbled back under the gazebo. I laid on the ground, staring up at the cobwebbed ceiling, and tried to catch my breath as the wood swung back and forth on its hidden hinges. The air was sucked out of my lungs from the impact, and the world seems to slow down for a second before I shook myself. Oh, I coughed and froze as I heard someone calling for me, but hopped up and slid the wood closed, clicking on my flashlight and looking around. I kicked the dirt around, looking for a hatch somewhere. I slowly circled the underside of the gazebo, making my way closer to the center until I hit metal. I crouched down, dusted the handle off, wrapped my fingers around it and pulled. The dirt fell off the front of the wood, and I coughed, breathing in the dust. I covered my face with my elbow and peered down the steps cut into the rock below. You trust her, you trust her, you trust her, I mumbled to myself as I started down the steps. My body broke out into goosebumps as my foot hit the bottom of the tunnel. She is your grandmother. Megan's voice sounded in my mind with a soft chuckle. I know she is my grandmother, but tell me this isn't scary. I finished walking under the ground, and the air was stale and cool. No one has been down here in a long time, I whispered and started down the dark tunnel. Soon, we can at least find some answers. Nix's cool voice sounded. But she wouldn't harm us, I know. But it's been over 100 years. Who knows what or who is down here? I swung my flashlight back and forth. Feeling eyes on me, I shivered and moved quicker. No one can be down here. Didn't you feel it when we started down? Nix perked up in my inner place where my wolves stay. I could feel her get to her feet and slowly prowl closer to the edge of my consciousness. I could see the flash of my eyes on the cool dirt and looked behind me. What was she feeling? No, I was confused, and my golden eyes helped me see further into the murk. Magic, when we stumbled under the gazebo at first, and when our foot touched down. No one but those of your grandmother planned to be down here could be down here. The ripple was gentle, yet powerful. She was a strong witch. I felt nothing. I rubbed my arms. Yes, you did. Megan's soft voice called to me. Think. When we first fell, the world seemed to stop for a second. And when we first came down, your skin pebbled. Even without knowing you felt something. Was that magic? I still didn't understand what I was supposed to feel. I still had yet to connect to nature, and I was already half my time was done here. I had barely scratched the surface, and I still had no way of protecting myself from Brandon. What are we going to do? I have to go back in less than a month, and we can't hide our scent yet. I breathed faster. My mind flashed back to the table and the pain of being cut into, smelling my blood tainted with silver and seeing my pup for the first and last time. I wiped away a tear that fell. I don't know what to do. Calm yourself. We will figure this out together. The three of us. Nix's powerful voice called out as my foot hit the bottom step of a staircase. Chapter 27. I started up the stairs and finally pushed out of the tunnel into what I could only describe as a shallow cave. It was cut into a cliff, but there were no cliffs by my father's pack. Where are we? My flashlight cut across the stone, and I moved out toward the entrance. I slid out, and somehow, I was at the edge of the sea. Waves crashed before the lip of the cliff, and I could see stairs cut into the left side heading up. So I followed. I walked up, slowly and carefully, mist hitting my face. I screamed as my foot slipped on some slick moss, and I windmilled my arms to catch my balance. I pulled myself up to the top of the cliff, and there, At the edge of a clearing was a small cottage that faced the sky. It was stunning. This is impossible. Only if you think magic is a thing of myth. Megan's voice sounded, and I nodded. We followed the short path to the door, and I pushed in. The world shifted, and it was like I was seeing one thing with one eye and something different with the other one hand. The cabin looked perfect. Everything was intact. I could walk in and see every piece of furniture and every dust mote as it danced by. On the other, the cabin was a burnt shell of its former glory. The ruins that lay tattered were charcoal black and crumbling. I pushed in through the wood door with a soft creak and kicked up a cloud of smoke and debris. This dual vision was splitting in my mind. What's going on? How is this possible? I pushed my way through the front room, feet squeaking on clean floors and stumbling over rocks. If either of you says magic again, I might scream. 2 sets of laughter followed my threat, and I knocked my hand against my temple. And the clean, perfect, homey cabin disappeared, leaving behind the burnt shell of a home. For that, I think you will have to ask the woman that sent you here. Only she will tell you. Nick settled as the air wavered in front of me, and the homey, plush living room was back. Only this time, there was laughter. Come, my darling boy, where did you go? Gran has you. A dark-haired, blue-eyed boy with 2 missing front teeth ran into the room from the kitchen, and a stunningly beautiful woman followed suit. Her face held no wrinkles, but her hair was turning gray. I was looking at how I would have looked after I made it a few 100 years. Her eyes met mine, and she froze. The boy disappeared up the stairs, but she walked closer and raised her hand to cup my face. How places hold memories. Her voice wavered. You are stunning, my girl. I'm sorry I won't be able to meet you in person, but I want you to know. Love you with everything I am. You know who I am. You think I wouldn't recognize my babe. Children of my line have my spark, and like recognizes like. She leaned in. You have had a hard road so far, but everything can be remade stronger. Roots can grow deeper. Paths change and grow. Your home is gone, but not gone. What you see now is just a memory burned into the very ground I worked with my blood and tears. The runes, the husk, are what is truly left, a sad testament to the love that burned here. What happened to it? How am I on a cliff by the sea, hundreds of miles away from the pack house? I was never a pack animal, preferring my solitude. But magic can fold the very fabric of space, connecting one spot to another. I was able to have my solitude, but also my family. She turned away and trailed her hands along the furniture, and it all flickered, turning to ash in her wake. She twirled, kicking up a cloud so high I had to cover my mouth to breathe. As to what happened here, it was the night of the attack. I felt wolves breach our borders, and I ran to save them. I fought to keep this space closed off, but as I fell, so did my defenses, and someone found my tunnel. She walked over and sat at the fireplace. The cabin flickered back into life, fire roaring and laughter coming from the stairs. I watched as the person ransacked my home, And White, your father, was taking care of the pack. My house was burned. I watched a tear fall. I'm sorry. Don't be darling, girl. They didn't find what they were looking for. What are you looking for? Now come. Time is short, and you have too much to learn. She waved me over and patted a stone. I placed my hand on it, and there was a flash. The stone was gone, and under it was a book. Hurry! Someone is hunting you, and I can't block him for long. You need to protect yourself. Then, once again, I was alone, and the cabin, that was once so full of love, was just a crumbling ruin. Chapter 28. I headed back down the stairs and into the cave. The book was heavier than I expected and weighed me down as I squeezed back through the entrance of the cave and back into the tunnel. I started to run, feeling like something was chasing me. But as I hit the bottom step of the stairs heading up, a howl ripped through the air. But it was unlike a howl I had ever heard before. Deeper, darker, and somehow two-toned, it made even Nix perk up and Megan hide. What the fuck is that? I whipped around to face the way we had just came, but my flashlight showed nothing. It sounded like it was right behind me. It came from far off. Nix paced the edge of her home, brushing her fur against my side, calming me and herself with the contact. How did it reach me down here? I whipped back and stumbled up the stairs. It was that loud. Nix's voice sounded a little breathless. Are you okay? I paused with my hand on the door and waited for Nix to answer. Another howl ripped down the tunnel, somehow louder, and Nix started to pant. Nix, what's going on here? I don't know, but I can't stop my reaction to the call. Move. Now. Before I cannot stop myself from keeping you here and waiting for the mail that is calling for us. Nix huffed and slunk back into the depths, forcing herself with every step. Go now. He's coming. I pushed the hatch and slammed it behind me, running to the panel and pulling it back. I made sure everything was closed up before running straight back to the pack house. Amy. I looked over my shoulder as I burst through the back door and ran straight into Cass. Cass. I pulled her back from falling on her butt and looked behind me again. Whoa, are you okay? Cass gripped my arm and I snapped back to face. Yeah, I'm fine. Why do you ask? I let her go and went back to the back door. Well, you are acting like, this. She waved her hands up and down my body and then laughed. Are you looking for something? Or someone? I peeked through the curtain and then turned back. No, of course not. I laughed and shook myself. I'm fine. I took a breath and turned to face Cass. Were you looking for me? Yeah. For like 6 hours. Cass looked concerned and got closer to me. Are you sure you're okay? And why are you holding a stone? What? I looked down at the book in my hands and back to Cass, who was also looking at the book in my hand. This. I waved it around and she nodded. Yes, the black stone in your hand. Cass pointed at the book, and even though Slash was confused, I stammered out an answer. I liked the way it looked and wanted to bring it home. I smiled and put it behind my back. When did you collect rocks? Cass laughed and pulled me through the kitchen. And where have you been? It's so late, I guess today. I laughed and headed back up to my room. I went for a hike to clear my head. What time is it? I looked around, but I left my phone in my room. It's past midnight. Cass flopped down on my bed as we entered the room. I headed into my closet and opened my safe. I put the book into the safe and closed it up. I headed back into the room and I mind-linked an Omega to bring up some food. I was starving. Fuck. I wiped my face and stretched. I didn't realize I was out there so long. I have to be up in a few hours. Why? Training with my dad. The knock at the door had me calling out, "Enter." The Omega sat down the platter. "Thank you, Wendy." The Gert nodded and left as I dug in. I wanted to sleep over. Cass moaned as she rolled to face me. "I wanted to talk about my wolf with you, honestly. Once I nail down what my dad is trying to teach me, maybe can talk him into skipping one day. We deserve a girl's day, but I feel a butt." Cass eyed me as I shoveled food into my face. I coughed on a chunk of ham. "But I need to figure out the technique before anything else." "Why?" I stopped eating and faced her. "Because I need to know how to protect myself for when I go home." I turned my face away, and Cass stayed silent. She got up and walked over to get in my face. "Are you in danger?" And for the first time since this all started, I let the fear in, and I gave a small nod. Chapter 29. Connect with nature, pup. Loki pushed me with his snout into the clearing. "You are running out of time." "I know." I headed to the center and sank to the ground. Today, I was determined to succeed, and I wasn't leaving until I at least figured out how to feel my magic. I closed my eyes and started down into the center of myself. My mind flowed down, circling my inner self until I burst through a barrier, stumbling into a clearing in my dark weeds. I stalked deeper into the forest, moving in between the trees as I went. Nyx joined me on my right, and Megan on my left. Comparing the two wolves was hard. Megan, while beautiful and majestic, was a small-size wolf for a werewolf. "Megan," "Yes, Amy." Her voice was soft and gentle. "What rank are you?" I looked down at her, and she chortled, "I'm a small gamma, still ranked, but now we're near what Nyx is." "You are still a ranked member, little one. And together, Alpha and Gamma, we will be able to better serve Amy together. You see things in ways I cannot, and vice versa." Nyx looked over at both of us. "I do not see you as a different rank. We are all alphas." Nyx nudged my shoulder with her moon-kissed forehead, and I bumped her back. "I hope you both know how much I love and cherish you." I stopped and knelt down next to Megan. "I'm sorry it took me so long to find you." I wrapped my fingers in her soft coat and leaned my forehead against hers. "I know. I had Nyx to keep me company." Her toothy grin made me laugh. "Now come. You need to figure out your power." I stood and wrapped my finger in Nyx's thick, dark coat. "I know, little one." She turned to me and kissed my face. "I have always known." I nodded, and we started walking again. The deeper we went, the quieter we all were. The dark forest gave way to a clearing, not unlike the one I was currently sitting, and I knew that this was where I would find my answers. "What is this place?" "We don't know." Nix's voice was smoky, and she looked around. You never push us this deep. TVE never been here before. Megan sat at the edge and nudged me in. I think you have to do this alone. I turned to Nix, and she nodded, so I took a cleansing breath and stepped into the clearing. It burst to life, color flooding the once dark woods, and the wind sent my hair billowing around. I sat down and faced my wolves. I pushed my hands deep into the grass that grew there, and I waited. What exactly I was waiting for, I had no idea, but I felt like this was right. I pushed my fingers deeper into the dirt, feeling the way the dark soil cooled my skin. The wind blew my hair into my face, tickling the skin at the base of my neck. The sun heated my upturned face, and I heard it, a call. It started off as a bird calling out for a mate, but it became louder, stronger. And with it, my heart started to race, faster and faster, until it was pounding in my ears like drums. And the call that started off as a gentle sound became a pounding rhythm that my heart matched up with. Nix threw her head back and howled, matching her song to the racing song that had become my very essence. Megan soon joined, and then I was on my feet, head thrown back, howling my piercing song to a darkened sky and a full moon that watched over us all. And then everything froze. The world became silent, and it was like everything crystallized in this very moment. The pounding call of the wild, the thing that I was driven by, the call that danced along my skin not 2 seconds ago, leaving me breathless and panting, was my heartbeat. I turned in a circle, searching for something. I was missing something. What exactly? I had no idea, but I was missing something. I dropped back down to my knees, and I was about to scream my frustration. I pounded into the ground, and dirt flew into the air. Fighting it won't help. Someone knelt in front of me, and I looked up to find a radiant woman sitting on her knees before me. Her white hair cascaded down her body, and her white dress shimmered in the moonlight. I don't know what I'm searching for. I know, sweet girl, but I can help you. She reached for my hand, and I froze. Who are you? I sat back on my heels and reached for her. Now, my dear girl, who could I be? Chapter 30. I looked over at the stunningly beautiful woman, and something clicked inside of me. Moon goddess, I knew you were a smart little pup. She smiled down at me, and her body seemed to pulse with light. Now talk to me. I can't connect with nature, won't be able to save my father. I won't be able to save myself. I dropped my head to my hands and wanted to cry. Goddess, yes, my dear girl, why? I could only utter the one word, and she gave me a sad smile. Something has to happen. She leaned down and kissed my forehead. Some are set in stone, so that everything unfolds the way it has to. But my pup, I choked out, and her smile trembled, is by my side, and I have taken the very best care of him. The goddess pulled me to my feet and held my hand. I tell him every day just how much you love him. Tears fell as I nodded. I wanted him so much. I know my daughter. And I'm sorry you had to live that life, Booty. It's okay. I waved her away. Now, about connecting to your power. The goddess twirled under the moon and I had to remember to breathe. I don't know why, but she was stunningly beautiful, and it took my breath away. She looked at me and smiled. "It's because I call to your wolves, and you have too." She cupped my cheek, and I nodded. "But you are chasing after your power, and you shouldn't." "I have to connect to nature." I shook my head, and she smiled. "You are chasing your tail." "What?" I didn't know what she was saying. "Sit. Listen." We settled back on the ground. "Your power is a part of your very essence. You are essentiality chasing your hand with the other hand." I felt my face drop, and she smiled. "What happens when you chase something? You catch it. When a wolf feels threatened, it runs." She patted my head. "Close your eyes." I settled and listened to her voice. "The easiest way to coax out a wolf is to sit quietly and wait for it to come to you, and then catch it off guard. But this is just connecting to nature." I opened one eye, and she laughed. "It's a part of your very being. You have two wolves. Their nature is your nature. So, what do I have to do? Open yourself to the possibility. I have a feeling that you haven't let yourself believe in actually having magic. But your line was blessed for a very specific reason. You gave us magic." I felt myself center again, listening to the goddess's voice. "The blessing came from your human side, your father's grandmother, but I allowed it to flourish in you. Every pup, instead of growing weaker, I nurtured the seed so that you would have the gift, the seed. Think of it as a seed. It is a small kernel of power passed down from your father. But you have to plant it, nurture it, grow your power like you would a flower. Stop chasing after nature, as it is fickle. Find the seed and plant it. Allow it to flourish inside of you." Her words faded, and I focused on my center. I thought no one could help me. I dug deep, and finally, I found the kernel she was talking about. It was a soft, pulsing green, and just like when I chased after the power, it made my heart race. I wrapped my hand around it, and I could feel the pounding vibration of my heartbeat. I thought I had to find this on my own, but when I opened my eyes, the goddess was gone, and in her place was a white pot. There was a folded piece of paper beside it, and I picked it up. Opening my hand to look at the seed of power, sometimes even a goddess has to intervene. Plant your seed, nurture your power, and watch out for the darkness. The note made me shiver as I dropped it back to the ground and pushed a finger into the soil in the pot. I felt the world slow as I pushed the seed deep into the hole I had made. I covered the seed with dirt, and then I looked up to the moon, but it was once again a sun, and a soft rain fell. I still didn't understand how. Connected with nature. But any time I touched the white pot, I could feel something trembling across my skin. Power. Nix's voice jolted me from the pot. I had focused solely on the seed that she and Megan had faded. How did I connect with nature? I think when we were chasing it, it was playful and stayed away, making you work harder. But the goddess gave you this outlet, one your mind would comprehend. Megan stepped forward and nudged the pot. Why? Because she has need of us. Nix's answer was swift and terrifying. Chapter 31. "Amy," a voice called out, but it sounded like it was far away. I looked around the clearing, and all I could see were Megan and Nix, patiently waiting for me. Amel, the voice was more insistent, closer, but still there was no one other than the three of us. Who is that? I looked at my wolves, and they seemed to shrug. Amy. I jumped, my eyes snapping open, and there was my father at the edge of the clearing, frantically pacing. Wake up, he called out again, and my eyes finally focused on his face. He was pale and sweating. What's wrong, Dad? I called out, wiping my eyes. He whirled around and pounded on a barrier that wasn't there this morning. Amy. He forced his hands flat against the invisible shield. Thank the goddess, Dad. I was still confused. What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? Amy, you have been unconscious for over 2 hours. He rubbed his eyes. I've been calling you since I got here, and this is the first time you answered. I stood and dusted the grass from my legs. Why are you here? I was still so confused. It's time for lunch. I was coming to get you. My dad knelt down and shook himself. I never want to see you like that again. I'm okay. I stood on shaky legs and walked over to where he was waiting. I expected the shield in place, so I raised my hand to touch the invisible barrier, but I passed right through, and my father grabbed me. He buried his face in my hair and breathed. I was so worried. His voice was shaky as he breathed in my scent. He froze for a minute and pulled back. You smell different. I pulled back and opened my mouth, but Megan cut in. It isn't time to tell him yet. We have secrets to unveil before we can tell them the truth. I think I figured out the nature thing. I closed my eyes and wrapped my arms around the white pot the goddess placed there, and I felt something zip a tone on my skin. He pulled back and smiled. I knew you would figure it out. He ruffled my hair and pulled me into his arms. Now we can move on to the next lesson. What's that? For you cloaking yourself. He shifted, and I jumped onto his back, and we were running back to the pack house. I laughed as he jumped off a dead tree, and we soared through the air. The feeling of the wind in my fur was amazing. Wind in my fur. I looked down, and I saw that black fur had grown down my arms. Dad, he skidded to a stop, hearing the worry in my voice, and I hopped off. I was staring down at my arms, and panic set it. Is this supposed to be happening? Calm, pup. It just means you are getting closer to shifting. The fur rippled, and panic burst in my chest. I'm not ready yet. I knew without a doubt if I shifted before I covered my scent, there would be no way I would be able to. Pup, it's okay. Loki rubbed his head against me, and I shook myself. If I shift before learning how to cover my scent, I won't be able to. I grabbed Loki's face. Yes, you will. I've been able to. I shook my head, and I could feel Nix come closer to the surface. My eyes shifted, and Nix was staring into Loki's eyes. Listen to us. If we shift before learning to cover our scent, we won't be able to cover ourselves. There are certain things we can't tell you, but this I am certain. How are you so certain, pup? Loki settled at my feet, and Nix pushed against the surface. Fur sprouted on my arms and face, and Loki chuffed. A moon blessing. What? I choked out, my voice rougher than normal. You have a moon blessing on your forehead. Loki's snout touched my forehead, and a silver light flared at the touch. I believe you. Nyx pulled back, tucking herself deeper into my dark forest. I'll have to stay far away from you, as will Megan, or else we might trigger a shift. Are you leaving me? I felt my eyes shift back, and the fur receded. Her response was soft, but firm. We will work on hiding yourself tomorrow. Loki promised. You already missed the training start time with the girls. I told Tina and Lynn to start without you. So when we get back, after we eat, we can work on not shifting. I'm scared. I felt my skin ripple again. I feel like I'm losing control. You are, Loki answered honestly. But I can't teach you how not to. Now get on. Chapter 32. We made our way back to the house and into my father's office before saw anyone else. An Omega brought in plates of rare steak. Dad, my stomach clenched looking at the meat. I couldn't tell if I wanted it, or my body was rejecting the idea of eating it. You need a lot of meat. You wolf is begging you to shift. It's her time to shine now that the power portion has been handled. But you have things to worry about other than shifting, and this will help keep Nyx under wraps. He nudged the plate in front of me. Try it. I know it probably doesn't look appetizing, but I promise you, you will enjoy it. I reached for a fork and knife, but my nails shifted to claws before I could wrap my fingers around the utensils. I snatched up the meat and tore into it, blood dripping from the meat. It was still so rare. Nyx settled farther back into the forest in my mind's eye, and Megan settled next to her. I'm sorry, Amy. I seemed to be losing control. Nyx started to pace as I continued to tear into the meat. By the time I had finished off the first, Megan had completely laid down, but Nyx was still antsy. How do you feel? Scared. Nyx is antsy, pacing just below the surface. I shook myself as my father slid another plate in front of me. Another one. I snatched it up, ripping into it like it was my prey. Rare meat will settle your wolf for a time, but sometimes you might need a little help. My father pulled out a little bottle from the desk. The bottle screamed danger. What is that? I chewed the last bit of the second steak, and my claws shifted back to my normal fingers, but my eyes were still golden. Nyx had stopped pacing, but she was alert. My father twisted open the bottle, and the spicy scent of whatever was inside hit my nostrils. I could feel myself twitching to move away from the bottle. This is Wolf's Bane. He pulled the last steak to himself and sprinkled a tiny amount onto the steak and then pushed it towards me. You don't need to have a lot. Just a sprinkle will do when you're on edge. Will do what? Wolf's Bane removes the ability to shift. He rubbed the plate again. It burns a little, but it isn't horrible. Try it. I grabbed the last steak and took a bite. The Wolf's Bane set my gums on fire, but it didn't taste like anything. I ate the rest of the steak with no problem, but by the time I finished, I could feel my gums were a little swollen and burning. It burns. I swiped my tongue over my teeth, and my dad nodded. I want you to take a little every day. Why? Well, first, I want to keep you from shifting. You're ready. Second, I want you to start to build up a resistance. Why? I couldn't seem to form a different thought. My mouth was alight. Because I want you to be able to protect yourself. And if you ever have someone try to poison you with wolf's bane, you will be able to still shift, and you can recognize the signs and be ready. How often do people poison others with wolf's bane? I wiped the sweat that had gathered on my lip. I was poisoned with wolf's bane more times than I could count, but my mother did this for me, and I'll do the same for you. How do I know I can still shift? Wanted to itch my gums, but clenched my fists instead. Take wolf's bane daily. Once you have mastered covering your scent, we will stop for a while until your first shift comes on. Then, every day, you will take the wolf's bane and then try to shift. Once your body has built up enough resistance to it, and you can shift still, we can move on to the next thing. What's the next thing? I was out of my depths. Why do I even need to do this? Because I need to know that you are safe, even away from me, and that you will always have access to your wolf. My father shook his head. You never shifted in your last life, and you were made into Brandon's victim. I will ensure you will be no one's victim ever again. You ignored my question, I pointed out, and that gave me an uneasy feeling. What's after wolf's bane? My father looked down at his hands, and then back up into my eyes. Silver. I shivered at the word, but nodded. Chapter 33, Close You Eyes. I had barely wiped the sleep from my eyes when my dad sat me down in his office with Uncle Ronnie. I settled deeper into the chair and closed my eyes. Now, I want you to pull Nyx closer to the surface until your eyes shift. The wolf's bane won't interfere. We waited the last 2 days to clear it from your system. My father settled behind his desk. That made sense. I have been shut in my room for the last few days, doing my best not to shift, and staying clear of other wolves has been my saving grace. Close your eyes, Amy, I nodded. Once Nyx is close to the surface, I am going to have Ronnie scent you. Once your scent has shifted, we can work on the next step. Uncle Ronnie can scent me. Won't that screw me over? I peeked out of one eye and my dad shook his head. We won't be shifting fully, just bringing Nyx forward enough so we can tell when you manage cloaking yourself. I closed my eye again and shook myself. Nyx, I need you to come closer, I whispered, and Uncle Ronnie laughed. You know you can talk to her in your mind, right? You know you can shut up. Right, old man? I shot back, and he chuckled. Nyx slunk out of the trees in my inner sanctum, and she slowly approached me. Amy, are you sure this is safe? Not at all, but we have to hide our scent, and this is the way we learn. I shrugged and waited until she came closer. I felt my eyes shift as she got closer to the surface of my soul, and I opened my eyes to face my father. Okay. My father cocked his head toward me, and Ronnie got up. Once he was next to me, he knelt down and sniffed around me. I held still as he scented me and waited until he pulled back to look me in the eye. You're hiding things, little pup. Ronnie's eyes had shifted to his wolf's gray eyes and leaned in again. But I have her scent. He leaned back and popped back to his feet. Okay, close your eyes again, Amy. My father leaned down on his desk and I settled back into myself. Connect with your power. I stumbled on what I was supposed to do, but then I remembered the pot. Nix, Megan, and I rushed to the clearing, and I slid to a stop in front of it. I placed my hand on it, and I felt a rush through my body. This was power. Soon you will connect to it without a thought, but for now, you may have to touch your power source. I nodded along. Now I want you to picture a blanket, a blanket. I furrowed my brow and waited. Yes. My father's voice was amused. It's a huge blanket that you toss over Nix, and you tuck her in. How does this help? Tucking her away. And how does it help when she is out? Uncle Ronnie chuckled, and my dad growled softly. It's just a metaphor that you can imagine helping with the cloaking. He explained, but I couldn't get past tucking Nix in out of my mind. I giggled and shook my head. It's not going to work. I keep picturing her as a baby. Nix growled and laughed outright. I need you to picture a way to either change your scent or picture a way to keep it in. My father explained, like a scented candle or something. I just stared at my dad, and he smirked. Something like that. We just need something your mind can picture and hold on to in the back of your mind. Something that will come easily so you don't have to focus on it. Okay. I trailed off and closed my eyes. What works better? Why don't you try one and we will check, and then the other? Whichever works the best is the one we will focus on. I started with the scented candle since it was the easiest to picture. I walked back to my clearing and sat down by the pot. Nix dropped a candle at my feet and I placed it on the stump. How do I light it? I turned to Nix, and she chuffed before she leaned down and huffed out a soft breath, lighting the candle. The soft scent of vanilla and cinnamon wafted out. How's that? I waited for Ronnie to get up, and I heard him take big breaths in, taking in my scent. You originally smelled of citrus and berries. Now you smell confusing. Like you added vanilla and cinnamon. It's weird. Chapter 34. Okay, now let's try removing your scent altogether. My father tossed out, and I had to think. What removes a smell from the air, other than air fresheners or candles? I know this will sound stupid, Ronnie started, but I just scoffed. I'm picturing a scented candle in my mind to protect me from my shitty mate. Something that shouldn't work, and it's just ridiculous. I don't think we can get any worse. He pointed at me and smiled. True. I was just thinking, a vacuum. It sucks everything in. I debated the idea. It doesn't have to be a perfect idea. Just something you can focus on while your power does the thing you need. My dad stood and walked over to me. It's more about an outlet for your power to flow through. Your power will flow the way you intend it, but you need something to start it. I closed my eyes again and pictured a vacuum in my clearing. I angled the hose up and plugged the vacuum into an outlet that appeared on the pot and clicked it on. The noise was deafening in my mind, like it would be in real life, and Nix and Megan huddled down, covering their ears. Okay, I focused on the noise of the vacuum and ignored everything else. After a few moments, Ronnie's voice sounded next to me. I smell nothing. My eyes popped open and found him right in front of my face. "You scent is completely gone." My eyes snapped to my dad, who stood and came over. He leaned down and scented me right at my cheek, and then he nodded. "No scent. Good." He pulled back and I focused on him and he smiled. "There you are." "What?" I was confused. "You lost focus and your scent came back. But now we know we can shift your scent and completely cloak it. Now we can focus on keeping it up while doing other things." "Why are you so happy?" I asked when he wouldn't stop smiling. "You pick things up quickly. I took weeks to learn how to cloak myself, and you did it within minutes." He clapped me on my shoulder. "I want to focus on changing your scent at first, though." "Why?" "Well, wolves all have a scent, and if you go around without having one, it would be suspicious. But cloaking is good for a lot of things, spying being the first and best use of it." Ronnie tossed out spying. "It's 2024. Why would I need to spy?" "I don't know." He grinned. "But I have a feeling you need all the tricks you can come up with." "So," my father redirected, "bring back the candle to change your scent." I relit the candle and gave a small thumb up. My father leaned in to smell my cheek and pulled back. "It's almost like you have 3 scents: citrus and berries, vanilla and cinnamon, and peaches. Your mother smelled a little of peaches." His smile was a little sad. He shook himself and moved back to the desk. "Okay, so while the candle is going, I want you to focus on something else. Ronnie will stay next to you and note any times your scent changes." "What do you want me to focus on?" My father tossed me a book that looked aged and I caught it. "Pick something you want to learn." "What is this?" "That is my book of shadows." My dad leaned in. "Something that is usually passed down from witch to witch. But our family's book was lost when my grandmother's house was burned down during the attack. I started my own and filled it with everything she taught me." His face was sad. "I wish I could give you hers." I got up and ran out of the room with my father calling after me. "Amy." I ran to my room and punched into my safe and grabbed the book that was hidden there and ran back. I was out of breath from excitement, but I knew he needed to see this. "Why do you have a rock?" Ronnie's confused voice watched as I slammed the book on my father's desk, but I ignored him. "How did you get this?" My father's voice shook with an emotion I couldn't put my finger on, but he looked up at me with tears in his eyes. "I was told to go to the cabin. I was told where to find it." I whispered back. My father took a deep breath and wrapped his hands around the book. There was a snap in the air, and a tear fell from my father's eye. "Don't cry, my boy. Everything is how it needs to be." We both jolted and whirled to face the new person in the room. Chapter 35, Grandma. My dad stood and went to grab for her, but she held up her hand. "I'm not here, boyo. Not really here." She pulled me to you with that. She pointed to the book, "Your book of shadows. I thought it was lost." He turned back to the book and hovered his hands over it. "It wasn't lost. It was hidden." She looked over at me and smiled. "It was found by who it was meant to be found by." She walked over and hovered her hands around my father's face, almost cupping it. "I've missed you, but I can't stay. Watch out for the darkness. I love you." His whisper was soft. And I you. She leaned down to kiss his forehead, and then she was gone. He looked over at me, and I could see the devastation there. You met her, I nodded. She helped me find myself, my inner self anyway, so that I could find my power. Even then, the moon goddess had to give me a push. You met the moon goddess? Ronnie leapt up and rushed over. I don't actually know. I lifted a shoulder and looked back at my dad, who nodded. We all do. She is the final push to connect to our power. He patted my hair. It's why we can't tell you what will happen, because she will only come when you are ready. And if you knew she would come, I wouldn't have tried so hard to connect with my power. I finished, and he agreed. She has to allow the power to flow. A final blessing, you might say. But if she doesn't think you aren't ready, or trying, she won't come. He leaned down and kissed me. So she thought you were ready, and able to balance your wolf and power. This time around you are doing everything right. So my last life, I never shifted because I never balanced out my power and wolves. So this time, I'll be able to wield my power and shift. Wolves, Ronnie whispered. My eyes widened, and my dad lifted a brow before he answered. This time will be completely different. You'll be able to do everything. My dad ignored my slip-up. You will explain that to me when you can. I will. I turned back to the Book of Shadows. So you wanted me to do what with the book? My father looked at Ronnie, and he shook his head. She lost control when your ghost showed up. Well, damn. He pushed the book to me and looked over my shoulder until he found the page he was looking for. Focus back on your scent. It's changed back, and we need you to learn how to keep it going without focus. Something that happens initially. He tapped the page while I relit the candle in my mind. Can our wolves wield magic? What do you mean? My dad's finger froze. Well, when I'm in this form, Nyx can focus on keeping the power going. And let me know when it grows too weak. If she can wield my magic herself as a part of me, then she can keep it going, and I won't have to worry about it, even when I'm asleep. I was even better prepared for Megan, and when I actually shifted, I could do the same when she was out. Ronnie smacked my dad on the back of the head. Why didn't you ever think of that? I don't know. My dad laughed and turned to me. Yes, our wolves can use our magic, as the moon goddess blessed us in them. So you are 100% correct. Nyx can watch the magic while you are in charge, and you can do the same when she is shifted. Loki has helped me multiple times in my life with my magic. He looked at me sheepishly, but I just smiled. I had a question. Has a werewolf ever had multiple forms? I tossed out the random question as I flipped through the pages of the Book of Shadows and stopped on one with a picture of a werewolf that was half shifted. They can. The stronger you are, the more you can hold a partial shift. My father shifted his claws and covered his hand in fur, but it stopped midway up his arm. If you are thinking about that shift, he pointed to the picture, you won't be able to do that one. Why not? I was more interested in shifting into Nyx and Megan, so each would have their freedom. I don't need to shift, Amy. Megan's voice was soft, but I heard the scoff that came from Nyx. Everyone needs their freedom, Megan, including you. Nix shook herself and nudged her into the clearing with the pot. Because that isn't a werewolf. That is a lichen. My father's answer shook me back to the here and now. Chapter 36, a lichen. I traced my finger over the picture. I thought they were extinct. Most are. Only one left is the king. My dad pulled the book away from me and switched back to the page he had originally settled on. Lichens have two forms. A wolf, much bigger than a normal werewolf, and a half-human, half-wolf form, like the ones you see in the movies. Wares can partially shift, but nothing that comes close to the wolfman form. He pushed the book back in front of me. Now I want you to focus on this spell and try to create a wisp without losing the change in your scent. A wisp. I looked at the page and skimmed it. It was a step-to-step spell on how to create a wisp of light. A spell useful for seeing in the dark, and one that doesn't create heat, so you can hold it for long periods of time without being burned. Yeah, this was the first spell I learned from my grandmother. She said it is the safest option as a wisp has no way to burn down the village. He smirked as his eyes took on a glossy look. You miss her? It was a silly thing to say, because it was plain to see to anyone looking, but he nodded. I forgot her voice. His own voice trembled. But then she was here today, and I remembered it vividly again. How she used to chase me around her cabin, being with her, was the best part of my childhood. You parents were a true alpha pairing. What does that mean, exactly? I looked back at Ronnie, who looked away from my questioning eyes. My parents loved me, my dad cut in their weird, cold way. Ronnie tossed out. They were just stoic. They were mean and cold, and the only love and enjoyment you got out of life was from that woman. Ronnie sat back in his chair and looked at me. It was the world's greatest favor when the king killed your parents. The king killed your parents. I felt like I was getting too much information. How old is he? Not the current king, the old one. He killed my parents right after the attack because we found out that they were working with rogues to kill certain alphas and the king. Wait, what? 100 years ago. We were attacked. It was the rogues. Your father had already taken over the pack, but your grandpa didn't like it. But he had no reason not to hand the pack over. Your dad had won the king's Aver in a battle a few years earlier, and the king mentioned it was about time the new generation took over. Ronnie launched into the epic story of the battle and how my dad nearly killed himself saving the old king. So why did it matter that Dad was the alpha? I had fully turned and focused on Ronnie. Your grandpa wanted the power still, and he was pissed he was forced to give it up. Ronnie leaned closer. Your father was stronger than he was too, but your dad wouldn't have ever tried to take over the pack, and the king saw that and made it a point to push the point home at every meeting until your grandpa complied. But he was pissed, so he made an alliance with the rogues to kill every one of the newer alphas that the king had appointed. And the king, they attacked us first and killed your great-grandmother, but your dad figured it out when he caught a rogue and tortured it out of him. Dad, he tortured someone, You do what you have to do when you have so many depending on you, Amy. My dad almost crumpled onto the desk beside me. I could see it was wearing on him. The choices he made, anyway. We were able to save everyone, except the king. Ronnie pointed out, a fact his son took to heart. He hates you. I wouldn't say hate, but he blames me. That is certain. My dad huffed out a breath and then got up. Enough story time for now. Try the spell. I pulled my legs up and sat crisscrossed on the table. I grabbed the book and settled it on my lap. Then I read the words over and over, trying to memorize them. Icas lumen torcanta. Use the words at first, but once you get the feel of the spell, you can just put the intention out, and your power will follow. My dad patted my shoulder, and I put my palm up and recited the words. Icas lumen torcanta. A giant ball of light appeared over my hand, and Ronnie flew back. He tumbled over the back of his chair with a thump and a moan. I stood with a jump, and the light blinked out of existence. Are you okay? Chapter 37. Ugh. A groan from behind the chair had me slapping my hand over my mouth. Are you trying to kill me, pup? I'm sorry. I looked at my dad, but he was currently bent over, dying of laughter. Dad, did you see how far he fell back? Tears were trailing down his cheeks as he cackled. Rude. Ronnie stood and dusted off his shirt. The both of you are rude. I really didn't mean it to do it. I turned to my dad. What did I do wrong? Well, for one thing, you definitely weren't thinking about the size of the wisp. All your power rushed to fulfill your wish, and it was as big as it could get. My dad wiped his eyes, and his laughter finally trailed off. But Ronnie, you know it doesn't cause harm. I know, but I have never seen one that big, and it scared the shit out of me. Sue me. Ronnie settled back into the chair. Try to picture it the size of a softball. My dad motioned me to try again. I closed my eyes. Icas lumen torcanta. I pictured the light a lot smaller than before, and when I peeked out of my one eye, the light floated silently above my upturned hand. Perfect. My father clapped as Ronnie got up and came closer to me, while my eyes were glued to the light. I was doing this. This was my power. It shone silver and bright. Now I want you to toss it up in the hair, play with it. Focus on the light and what you can do with it. So I followed his instructions. I tossed it up in the air, almost as if I was playing with a ball, and the light followed my command. Ronnie had his nose buried in my neck, and if it was any other man, I might have felt uncomfortable. But this was my uncle. Are you having Nix watch the power going to your scent? Ronnie pulled back and asked. It was Megan and Nix together, but I nodded. Yeah. That way, I could focus on this. I tossed the ball in the air again, then I focused on making it smaller, then brighter, and each time the light responded to my intentions. Well, it's working perfectly. You might have an issue with having Nix watch it constantly, but even earlier, when the light was enormous, there wasn't a hint of your original scent. Ronnie nudged his forehead against mine. Proud of you, pup. Thanks, Uncle Ronnie. Turned back to my father, and he was excited. This is promising. Now we can spend the rest of the time practicing other spells. When we aren't working, though, My father trailed off and looked a little pained. What's wrong? I know the book is yours, as it was intended for you. But my dad looked sad. You can take it every night until I leave and copy it into yours. I offered a solution. I knew I would have to take the book with me, but this way, we both could have a version of the book. My father looked a little dumbstruck. That would be amazing. You didn't think of that, did you? Ronnie poked out a finger. Why is your daughter smarter than you? She gets her brain from her mother. My dad grabbed the original book and his. You sure? Of course. But I grabbed his arm. But you have to make me a promise. One you won't break. Of course, Amy. My dad had this quizzical look on his face. I want you to only have the book in your room, and you can only work on it when you are alone. If anyone shows up or knocks, you put it away in your safe before you open the door. Okay, but why, Aurora? My dad looked a little dazed when I said her name, but then shook it off. Then Loki took over his eyes. Don't worry, pup, I will promise you. The witch has no power over me. Then will you do the work for him? So there are no chances. Anything for you, pup. Loki leaned over and kissed my cheek. You smell like my pup, but not. I don't like it. I smiled up at him. I don't like it either, but I have to do it. He nodded, and then I watched as he receded, and my father was back. Loki said he will work on your books for you, so that whatever is messing with you won't allow you to break your promise. My father looked a little hurt, but then he nodded. It's smart. He doesn't seem to have any issues ignoring Aurora's advances. Exactly. I kissed my father's cheek. Try to be fast. I still need to figure out what the heck is wrong with you. We'll work as fast as we can. I nodded and turned to leave. Wait, one more thing. Chapter 38. What is it? I turned back to face my dad, and he was grimacing. This isn't going to be comfortable, but it only has to happen tonight. He hedged his words, and I just gestured for him to go on. Ronnie has to sleep in your room tonight. What? What? Both of us screamed. The last test is you keeping your scent changed while you are sleeping. Ronnie needs to be close enough to keep track. My dad pointed to Ronnie, who groaned. I have to be up all night, don't I? My dad nodded, and he groaned again. But you will have tomorrow off to recoup and sleep, and I'll have the Beck with me. My dad clapped his shoulder, and he dropped his head. I'm going to go nap then. Ronnie waved and left the room after my father nodded. You can go. Keep your scent covered all day. Okay. What's next if I'm able to hold it during sleep? My father grinned. Shifting, I widened my eyes. What? Really? You are ready? Nyx and Loki have talked about it, and she is ready. She is just waiting to ensure you are safe. So once we know you can cover yourself, then we can work on shifting. I jumped into his arms, and he laughed. Oh my goddess! I could feel tears choke me, and my dad pulled back and cupped my cheek. What's wrong? I'm just so happy. I smiled up at him and rubbed my cheek against his. Thank you, Daddy. Anything for you, my pup. My dad kissed my head and then turned me around. Now go. You need to eat, but hold off on the wolf's bane still. Once we have you shifting, you can get back on it. I nodded and ran out of the room. Did you hear that, Nyx? Of course. Her voice was a soft brush against my mind. I've been ready since you balanced your power. But this is important. I know. We need to protect ourselves from Brandon. I shivered as the thought of him standing over me while the doctor cut into me flashed through my mind. He might not have done it this time yet, but I will never forgive him for killing our pup. The man doesn't deserve forgiveness. His soul is as black as my fur. His wolf even agreed with him and his mistreatment of us. Megan walked a little closer. Were you serious about me shifting too? Of course. Nix isn't my only wolf, I whispered as I entered my room. You will come out as well. Why, I've been thinking. Megan's voice was a little louder, stronger. Nix will be your main shift, the one everyone will see. And before you say anything, she has to be. She is the alpha and needs to be out more than me. But I can be useful. You don't have to be useful for me to want you to shift. But what are you talking about when you need to spy or run away? Or not be caught? You can shift into me and do what you need to do. I'm not an alpha, so no one will ever suspect it is you. I look different from Nix, and my scent is different. Even if I am seen or caught, you can wait until the coast is clear and get away and shift into her. And I would disappear as if I was never been there. Her words struck a chord deep inside of me. That is genius. I changed into workout clothes before I headed down to have lunch. No one will ever know. Know what? I shrieked and wheeled to face Cass, my hand clutching my chest. What the actual heck, Cass? You scared the crap out of me. She raised her hands and laughed a little. How was I supposed to know you didn't hear me? You always hear me. I was talking to Nix. I wrapped my arm in hers and pulled her to grab food. Must have been important. She grabbed a plate and filled hers next to me, and I did the same. It is. I just had an epiphany. I grabbed a few steaks, and Cass just laughed at me, hungry, starved. We grabbed a seat. You excited about training today? I am. She bounced as she dug into her food. I think I'm going to shift soon. That's exciting. Your birthday is in a few days, so it's possible. Cass groaned as I pointed my fork at her. What? Don't remind me. What's wrong? My birthday. I can find my mate, and that is all my mother has been on about. But I just want to focus on training. This has become important to me. You can do both. I pointed out, but she shook her head. Not according to my mom. I'll mate and have to have babies right away. Cass looked away. But I want to become a warrior, though. Chapter 39. You can do both. I shook my head. I know my dad doesn't have many female warriors, but that is going to change. You won't be the only one that wants to be a warrior now. But warriors can still live a full life, including kids. I know, but I don't want to choose. Cass looked down at her plate. A mate, a good mate, won't make you choose. I patted her hand and finished my steak. The goddess doesn't make mistakes. Mates are supposed to be your other half. I think your mate will understand your want to be a warrior and will support you. You think so? She looked at me with hopeful eyes. I do. I got up and grabbed more steak. I was starving. It's your body getting ready to shift. You will eat like this from now on. Alphas burn a lot of calories because they need to shift more. Nix's voice filtered through, and I nodded. You're eating a lot. Cass looked at me as I settled. Nix said I'm getting ready to shift. Alphas burn a lot of calories because we have bigger wolves and need to shift more often. I ate through my second plate and then turned to Cass, who finished her first. You ready? Yeah. We stood and turned to leave, but Cass bumped into Grayson, the second Gamma. Grayson, I'm sorry. Cass' face flushed red, and he chuckled. No harm, little wolf. It's always a pleasure to see you. I watched as he trailed his hands down her arms and stepped back. Cass shivered from his touch, but just gave a quick jerk of her head before she nearly sprinted out of the dining hall. What was that? I asked as I caught up with her. Little wolf, nothing, she nearly yelled. It's nothing. He just calls me that sometimes to make fun of me, right? But why did you run away then? I questioned her further, and she just shook her head, and I knew exactly what this meant. Oh my God, Cass, you like him. Shut your mouth right this second. Why? It's okay, you like him. What's wrong with that? I grabbed her arm and tugged her along. He's the second Gamma, she tossed out. Okay, and I looked down at her face, and I saw how sad she was. You don't understand. Nothing can ever happen between us. Why not? I pulled her to a stop and forced her to face me. Because I'm not ranked. I waved my free hand around her face. I'm going to need more of an explanation here, Cass. Ranked wolves never mate to unranked wolves. She stomped her foot, and I sighed. That's not entirely true, Cass. It happens all the time. But the ranked wolves reject the unranked wolf, and it's usually the ranked women that reject their unranked men. Really? Yeah. Plus, you don't know if he's your mate or if he would reject you. You are putting the cart before the horse here. Why not just see where the friendship goes instead of ignoring him? Goddess forbid he is your mate, and instead of showing him how amazing you are, you just continuously run away from him. I poked her forehead. Amy, it's just not in the cards for me. You don't know that. I want you to try. Even if it's just a friendship. Grayson is a good wolf to know. He is the head of my dad's warriors, and if you want to be one, he will help. Cass ran her fingers through her hair and gripped it. Okay, I will. Good. I pulled her to walk again and flipped around to watch her face as I walked backwards. You know, he is super cute. Shut up. Cass hit my shoulder and I laughed. What? I'm just saying, he is quite adorable. Yeah, he is. I grinned as I spotted someone heading our way. Grayson would make a good mate to any she-wolf. He really would. Goddess, Amy. Am I stupid to have this crush on him? I mean, be brutally honest. Do you think the goddess would make me his mate? Or if she did, would he keep me? I'm no one. Cass. No, before you answer, I want you to think about it. He is a ranked wolf, and I'm not. And I know you said that it's usually a ranked she-wolf that rejects unranked mates, but there is still a shot for him to reject me, right? My eyes flicked over her shoulder. There is a chance, but I think the first thing you need to do is talk to the man. Who is to say he would reject you if you turned out to be his mate? I'm terrified. He deserves better than me. Who says? A deep voice sounded behind us, and Cass froze. Chapter 40. I watched Cass pale, and I wanted to hug her. So I did. Give him a shot. He might surprise you. I whispered in her ear, and then I gave him a small wave. Cass's arm gripped my hand. Come on, little wolf. I think we have something to talk about. Grayson stepped up next to Cass and wrapped an arm around her waist. I pulled my hand from her hand as her eyes pleaded with me. But I just gave her a wave and took off. I turned back in time to see Cass finally turn to face Grayson. She opened her mouth to say something, but he darted in and kissed her. I jumped a little before running the rest of the way to training. You okay? Tina called over to me as soon as I reached the training ring. Yeah, perfect. Why? Tina raised an eyebrow. You dad said you weren't feeling well the past few days, which is why you missed training. Oh, right. I'm good now. I smiled at her and dropped down to stretch next to her. How has training been? Good. Tina bounced on her toes. Mostly, anyway. Aurora and Amanda have been giving us some pushback, but Cass has really come into herself. A few others, too. It's been amazing to watch. That's what I wanted to hear. I finished up my stretching and stood next to her. Lynn made her way over to us. Welcome back. Thanks. Now, from this point forward, I want us to separate the girls into new groups. Another one. Lynn looked up at me and furrowed her brow. We already have the shifted and non-shifted. Yeah, but this is more the opinion of the girls. I leaned against the fence surrounding the training circle. What is it? Tina leaned next to me. Today, I want all of us to gauge who might want to become warriors and who are here for just regular training. This way, we can set up a second training for those who want to train harder, female warriors. Here, you dad has turned me down every time I asked him. Tina dropped her head back. It's been frustrating, and I don't want to get their hopes up again. Again, last year, a group of females came to Tina and me to put in a word to the Alpha to let them train to become warriors. We promised we would fight for them, but your father shot us down multiple times. And well, we had to break it to them that their Alpha didn't appreciate their dedication. Tina nearly growled out. 1 second. My mind linked to my dad. Did you really turn down women from training to be warriors, Amy? Why are you asking? Answer my question, Dad. Well, yes. But why are you asking? Because I am starting a female warrior training program to be run after I leave. It's 2024, Dad. Women can fight. And they can be better than some males. Get with the times. I nearly growled at him, and his chuckle ran through my mind. Yes, pup. Do you promise to allow the women to join the warriors? Yes, pup. I know Tina and Lynn brought it up, but I didn't think there were a lot of girls that wanted to join. What does it matter? I don't know. He sounded a little bewildered. But I promise you they will be tested just like the men, and if they make it, then they are in. Good. Love your dad. Love you too, pup. I closed my back off and looked to the women. He just agreed. He seemed a little confused that they were more than a few wanting to join. Why does it matter how many want to join? Tina tossed her arms up. Men are stupid, Lynn grumbled. I just nodded and waited for the rest of the girls to show up. Once I saw a beet red Cass run into the training ring. I walked up to the group. Ladies, today we are going to continue with our training, but there is one extra thing. When one of us comes over to check on you, if you want a chance to join the ranks of warriors in this pack, let us know. I'm going to have a second training session in the morning put together for those interested in getting ready to test to become one of the warriors. Once you make it, if you want to train harder, it will be up to Ronnie and Beck to train you to get into the elites. You think we can become elites? Tara called out. Why not? One of the best elites employed by the council is a female wolf. Her name is Claire. You can do anything you put your mind to. I looked over and made eye contact with Case. Anything. Chapter 41. After training, I headed back to the pack house and up to my father's office. I heard voices from the other side, so I leaned against the wall next to the door and settled in to wait for whoever was to be done. My ears perked up when I heard my name. Are you really letting Amy run our pack? A nasally voice called out sweetly. Our pack. My father's voice was soft and confused. Yes, my love, our pack. You promised to make me Luna at the next full moon, remember? I did. I leaned against the door and pressed my ear against it. Aurora, what are you doing? My father's angry question caught me off guard. Something was going on inside. Something that my father didn't like, but wasn't stopping, bonding with you. I heard a ruffling, but I reared back and kicked the door open to see Aurora leaning over my father with his head tilted back. She was pouring something into his mouth, and I tackled her to the ground, my mind linked to Ronnie and Beck. Get to my father's office now. I barely heard their response as I punched Aurora in her face. Who the fuck do you think you are? I screamed as I was wrenched off her chest. My father was breathing heavily, and his eyes were half-lidded, and there was a faint pink tinge to his usual blue eyes. You dare to attack my Luna? He screamed in my face as he panted. Aurora, face swollen and bleeding, slowly got to her feet and smirked at me. I watched as her face slowly healed the damage I caused her, but my father was snarling in my face like he didn't recognize me. I told you he would be mine. My father slammed me against the wall again and wrapped his hands around my throat as I fought back. I kicked him in the stomach, but wasn't trying to hurt him while he was trying to kill me. Dad, shut your filthy mouth. I'm not your father. I will only be with my mate, and that's Aurora. I tried to rear back, but his hands tightened on my throat. I caught a shine on the back of his hand out of the corner of my eye, but when I focused on the spot, there was nothing. What the fuck is going on? Beck and Ronnie ran into the office. Tell them. Aurora called out. Aurora is my mate and will be Luna. My father snarled as he choked me. Both men reared back at his words. I punched my father in his face and heard his nose snap. His grip loosened on me enough that I could speak. Aurora, grab Aurora, now. My alpha commanded the two, and they grabbed her. Get her out of here. Don't touch me, baby. She screamed as Beck wrapped his hand in her hair and pulled her toward the door. Don't fucking touch her. My father screamed his alpha command, freezing Beck mid-step. He released her and turned to look at me as my father gripped my throat harder, cutting off my airway again. You dare to command my wolves to attack their Luna? I'll kill you, he screamed in my face, and for the first time I was terrified of my dad. Alpha. Stop, that's Amy, your daughter. Ronnie tried to come to my aid. He wrapped his hands around my dad's hands and pulled. Stand down. The Alpha command had Ronnie freezing. His panic was evident on his face. Please don't make me watch you kill your own daughter. She's like my pup. She isn't mine. He whirled to face Ronnie, dropping me to the ground. Aurora told me the truth. She is a fake. Aurora is my true mate, not Ainsley. I coughed on the ground and shook myself. I cleared my throat and pulled Nyx to the surface. Everyone freeze. Everyone in the room stopped, including my father. I heaved myself up from the floor. Beck, take Aurora down to the cells. Now, Ronnie, make sure she has someone of higher rank watching her cells, but don't allow her to touch anyone. Yes, Amy. Beck grabbed her and pulled her out of the room again. Don't, my father called after to him, but I wrapped my arm around his neck and pulled him back to stop him. Go. Beck pulled a screaming Aurora from the room, and I turned to face Ronnie. Close the door. I wrestled my father to the ground and he fought me. He punched me in the face as I did my best to subdue him. Loki. I screamed for my father's wolf, and I watched as he fought for control. Chapter 42. Pup. Loki's voice was icy as he stared up at me. What happened to your face? Who did that to you? You did. I felt my face swell as blood trickled from my eye and nose. What? His voice flashed, and he shook his head. What's happening? I would also like to know what the hell is happening. Why was your dad attacking you for Aurora? Ronnie dropped into a chair, and I let my father up. I came to see my dad about something I can't even remember what now, but I heard him talking to someone. I rubbed my healing face and wiped the blood off. Then I heard him asking what she was doing, and she said bonding, and something inside me screamed. So I kicked in the door and she was pouring something into his mouth. Then I tackled her and attacked. And then Ronnie pointed to my dad and I nodded. He attacked you? Loki asked. Yes, I nodded again. What the hell is going on? Loki, I need the Book of Shadows. Okay, give me a moment. Loki got up and left the room. I looked over at Ronnie and he grimaced. You are healing, but it still looked painful. That bruise around your neck is going to take the longest to heal, I think. Probably. I rubbed my neck and tried to clear my throat. Loki walked in and handed me the book, but he had a look on his face. What's wrong? When I took over to work with the book last night, I felt the need to change the code to the safe. I blocked your father from seeing the code, so he had no access, just in case. I nodded. Smart. Well, the safe was clawed at, like someone was trying to get in. I can't remember if it was your father, and he blocked me, or someone tried to get in while we were in here. He shook his head. I don't think it is safe for us to have it until this problem is solved. I nodded and took the book. I'll keep it. Good. Loki dropped down onto the chair and leaned back. I don't trust myself around the pack. I need to use the room. The room. I turned to look at Ronnie, who had paled, feels your mother with your stepdad. He goes into the room. Ronnie slowly turned to me. It's a soundproof cell out in the woods. Loki stared down at me. Only Ronnie knows where it is, and he makes sure I'm okay. Why? I asked. Because I attacked you. I can feel him fighting for control as we speak, and I refuse to allow whatever Aurora has done to us to put you in danger. Loki growled out. Don't let either of us out until Amy has a solution. You can't mean that, Loki. I can. And I know your father would feel the same if he was in his right mind. He cut his eyes to Ronnie. Walk with me, okay, Uncle Ronnie. You can't allow him to do this, I begged. He's right, Amy. He would never forgive himself if he hurt you, and I walked in on him trying to kill you. For the safety of you and the rest of our pack, he needs to be subdued until you figure this out. I won't chance this pack or you. Ronnie stood up, and Loki followed him out. What the hell is going on? I grabbed the book, ran back to my room, and locked the door behind me. I needed to figure out what she did to him, because whoever that was, it wasn't my father. I shook as I remembered his hands around my throat. That wasn't him. Nyx's voice calmed me, but I was still shaking when I opened the Book of Shadows, read every single page twice. I wasn't seeing anything that would cause him to act this way. There is no way that was truly him. Something's wrong. I shook myself and thought back to everything I had seen since I got here. I flipped back through the book until landed on a page. It was a love spell, but this one didn't fit. The charmer had to be wearing something that belonged to the true mate of the spelled, and the spelled had to be wearing something that held the charmer's sigil. But he wasn't wearing anything of hers. I needed advice. And I think I knew exactly where to find it. I grabbed a bag and stuffed the book inside of it and headed down the stairs and out the door. I ran all the way there and dropped to the ground, opening myself up and calling out. I have need of you. What can I help with? I opened my eyes to see my great-grandmother settled in front of me in the clearing. Something is wrong with my dad. Chapter 43. Tell me. She grabbed for my hands, but remembered she couldn't touch me. So she ended up hovering over where my hands were. He attacked me. And I watched her eyes widen. Start from the beginning. When I got here, he was fine at first. Then Aurora started to show up around him, and whenever I said her name, or she came around, his eyes would grow hazy. Hazy, like he was confused or distracted, not focused, and his voice became soft and confused. Aurora kept saying that she would be the next Luna. No one was taking it seriously, but any time she was around, he would seem to be considering it. Now today, I was waiting outside the office, and I heard her say she was bonding with him. She said bonding with him. Exactly that, yes. What happened next? I busted in the door, and she was pouring something into his mouth, and I attacked. But he ripped me off of her and screamed that she will be Luna. He nearly strangled me to death. I touched my throat, and her eyes zeroed in on the bruise. I watched as her eyes narrowed, and she lifted a hand to hover over my neck. Did you see anything out of the ordinary? Her whisper was hard, but I knew she wasn't angry with me. His eyes had a pink tinge to them, but that's it. "Are you sure?" she questioned. "Close your eyes and think. Is he wearing something out of the ordinary? Something you had never seen before?" "No. I did find the love spell here." I flipped to the page and showed her, but she was shaking her head. "That isn't a love spell. It's an infatuation spell. It makes the one cursed become unhealthily attached to the speller, to the point of murder. If the cursed ever find the one that cursed them with someone else, or goddess forbid they have a child, and the child starts to take precedent for them, then they can go on a rampage." "Really?" I turned back to the page. "Why would you create this spell?" "I didn't create it." She reared back. "A book of shadows is a collection of magic over many lifetimes. Some created, some found. This spell was found by another, and my great-great-grandmother transcribed it in our book and figured out a way to counter it." "How do I counter it?" "We have to make sure it is the right one. If it isn't, then you can make the infatuation permanent." "How do I confirm it?" I started to panic. If my father was going to be stuck, he would be able to be the alpha any longer. "You have to find the item that belongs to your mother. It will be touching her skin at all times. And you need to find the item that has her sigil on it." She pointed to the book, and it flipped through a few pages. "Here is that specific counterspell. You will need to destroy both at the same time with a fire, and then you need to recite the words as it burns." But what? I cannot stress this enough. You have to be sure. Not only do you have to be sure that was the spell used, but you also have to be sure you have the right items. My grandmother stressed, "How will I know?" "The item will emit a soft glow that you won't be able to see properly." I threw my hands in the air. "What does that even mean?" "I can't tell you exactly. As each witch has their own color and trick to hide it from being found." "What am I supposed to do?" "Loki took over and now he locked himself in a cell." I shook my head. "I'm lost. I believe in you, my girl. You can save him. Start with the girl." She got to her feet and looked down at me. "Sometimes you do things you are not proud of to save the ones you love." I nodded up at her. "I'll do whatever I have to save him." "Good. Now I think you know what you have to do." She walked off and disappeared, leaving me alone with the information she gave me. I slowly got to my feet and started running through the forest back to the pack house. My mind linked to Ronnie. "Where are you?" "Just coming back from the cell." "What's wrong?" "I need to see Aurora." "And I need to do it now." "For what?" "I'm going to do what I have to do to get the information about what she did to my father, Amy." "You can't mean that." "I do." "Well, then meet me in your father's office." "Why?" "We have to call the council first." Chapter 44. I sat in my father's chair as Ronnie picked up the phone. "Amy, are you sure?" "You don't have to do this." "I am, and I do. This can't be allowed to go on. I'll take the responsibility." "Amy, Uncle Ronnie." I cut my eyes to him and leaned back in the chair. "She has poisoned the alpha of this pack. She has tried to brainwash him into making her Luna and betraying his true mate. She has gone against the moon goddess and everything we believe in by using magic to take over a pack as an unranked wolf. She has colluded with others to bully, demean, and abuse lower wolves. I rubbed the pinch that formed between my eyebrows. If it was just one, or maybe two, of the things I listed, then it would be easier to let her go. But it isn't, and this is my father. She almost had him killing his pup. Even if that wasn't me, which it is, it would be punishable by death. This is going to happen, whether or not you are behind me. I am saving this pack, and if the council doesn't agree, I will still do it. Pup, you can't mean that. Ronnie looked a little lost with the receiver in his hand, just hanging there. I mean every word. I felt it all crystallize in my mind. I will do whatever it takes to save my father and this pack, even if it means going against the council's ruling. But no buts. I took the receiver from his hand and replaced it. You would do the same, Ronnie, I know, but I'm older. He tried to persuade me, but my mind was made up. That means nothing, and you know it. I picked up the receiver and nodded toward the phone. Dial the council. I'll explain what's been happening. You will need to speak to the council first. He made an audible swallow. They will bring your request to the king, who will make the ruling. I don't care. Dial. I looked at him. Don't make me alpha command you. You are my uncle, and I love you. But I will save my father. No matter what. Ronnie deflated, but nodded. I cradled the receiver between my shoulder and ear as he dialed a number. The phone rang twice before there was a deep hello on the other end. Hi, I'm Amy McLean. I am calling on behalf of my father, Gavin McLean. Why are you calling this number? The dark voice rumbled down the line. I need to explain what has happened at my father's pack and make a request from the council. The council? Yes, I wanted to cry, but I held it in. I need permission to what? And how old are you? I'm 18. Fuck. His voice stopped short. What do you need permission for? There is a wolf here. Who was caught giving the alpha some sort of potion, I guess I would call it, and poisoning him against his own pack. I need to interrogate her. What the fuck are you talking about? The voice on the other end barked. My father has been acting strange since I came here, talking about making an unranked wolf like he was interested in her sexually. But your mother is still alive, exactly. Very much so, and my father loves his mate. I know how much he cares for Ainsley. You know my father. There was a pause. The council knows every alpha, I nodded, as it made sense. Anyway, today I heard the wolf saying that they were bonding, and I kicked into his office to find him completely out of it, and Aurora. The wolf, pouring something into his mouth. I rubbed my forehead. As I was attacking her, my father nearly killed me for this she-wolf, something he would never do normally. His wolf had to take control to stop him, and now I have to figure out what she gave him. Was she using magic? I froze. How did this man know about magic? I don't know honestly. I cut my eyes to Ronnie, who wouldn't meet my eyes. Something was going on here. That's why I need permission to find out. So you, 18-year-old Amy McLean, want permission from the king and council to may torture Aurora, a she-wolf in your father's pack. And you want this permission to figure out if this random she-wolf has used magic on your father, who has magic of his own, to control him and take over his pack. And this magic may have caused him to lose control enough to kill his own pup. Is that the gist of it? Yes, pretty much. My voice felt more exhausted than it should have. I know it's a long shot, permission granted. His voice cut me off. But I need to save my dad. Wait, what? Don't you need to present it to the king? I am the king. Chapter 45. What? My brain froze for a moment. What the fuck did he mean he was the king? His chuckle was deep, and my body responded, clenching my lower body. I am the king, pup. Go save your father. Once it's done, tell him I will head there soon. His voice took a dark turn, and I felt there was an edge to it. Okay, I will. Oh, and Amy. Yes. Tell Ronnie he should have called the regular number instead of my cell phone. There are channels that you usually have to go through for this normally, but I'll let this one time slide because it's an emergency. Will do, Your Majesty. His laugh was loud and instant. You don't have to call me that, little wolf, but have Ronnie give you my cell number. I like all my alphas having my number in case things like this happen. I'm not one of the alphas. You might not run a pack, but you are an alpha. His voice still held a bit of amusement. Okay. I felt uncertain. I'm sorry. I don't know what to call you, Rowan. You can call me Rowan, King Rowan, thank you. I don't make anyone call me king. Just Rowan. Okay, Rowan, thank you. Go save your dad. I have a bone to pick with him when I get there. Rowan, I started and then froze. What is it? I know you don't like my father. Who said that? His voice cut me off again. This time it was deeper, he did. I said slowly, well, I could never say your father was stupid. There was a sigh from his side. Just because I may or may not have personal feelings towards a wolf under my command doesn't mean I would let it influence how I govern them. Your father doesn't deserve to be manipulated, and his pack doesn't deserve to be taken over by a she-wolf who is unworthy. Thank you, Rowan. Now, do what you have to do. I will speak on your behalf with the council, and I will personally come check in on your guys when I can. I will inform everyone before I leave. Leave? Yes. I live with my mother in Oakenfang's pack grounds. I was only visiting my father's pack for the summer. Ah, yes, I remember now. Well, I guess then, if the goddess allows, I will meet you when I can. Goodbye, Amy. Bye, Rowan. I replaced the receiver on the phone and glared up at Ronnie. You called the king's personal line, I screeched as I stood. Ronnie had the sense to look away. I figured it was important enough to call straight to him. Then, why I stopped mid-sentence. Do you want to know what? I don't care. I need to interrogate Aurora. What do you plan on doing? Whatever it takes. I stood. Then come with me. Ronnie looked a little pale, but he headed out of the office and down a few flights of stairs until we ended in the basement. He brought me to a door and then stopped with his hand on the handle. Are you sure about this? I could get Beck to do this instead. I have to do this. He wilted in front of me and then opened the door. I hissed at what I saw there. The room was filled with silver knives and different devices that I had never seen before. Grab what you need. I slid into the room and selected a few things. Then I carried them out and waited for Ronnie to close the door behind us. You have become more terrifying just with your tools you selected. I want to scare her, but I also need to have things I might need to make her talk. I was serious when I said I would do whatever I need to make her talk. Amy, I really wish you would let Beck or me do this for you. He grabbed my arm and I dropped a pair of pliers. I bent down and grabbed them and stood. I know, but I won't make you do something I myself won't do. And this isn't for you to do when there is an alpha to do it. This isn't your pack, but it is still my father's, and it falls to me to handle, but no more buts. Bring me to the interrogation room so I can set everything up before you and Beck grab her. I raise my eyebrow. Before you try to say you don't have one, every pack has one. Ronnie snapped his mouth shut and motioned me to follow. He opened a door and punched in a code, and stairs opened up, and we headed farther down chapter 46. I walked into the room and dumped everything onto the table. I organized everything in a way I liked, ensuring it is visible from the chair, and then turned to Ronnie. Is there anything I can use to cover this with? Here. He walked around the corner and pressed a panel in, causing it to pop out. Hidden behind was a cabinet filled with cleaning supplies and towels. I raised my eyebrow, and he shrugged. What? It gets messy here. I laughed and grabbed the towel that he was handing over and covered my tools. Have Beck meet you at her cell and bring her down here. I walked with him out of the room. I'll wait out of sight until you mind link me. Then I will come in. Why do it like that? Ronnie closed the door behind me, and I walked around another corner, leaning against the wall to wait, because I want her to think she has a chance, and then to have it ripped from her. But why? Ronnie kept pushing it until I gave an answer. Because the faster she loses hope, the less I will have to hurt her. I stared at Ronnie as he processed what I said. You think that is really going to work? Nope, but I hope it does. I leaned my head against the wall and prayed to the moon goddess. Go get her and bring her down. Okay. Ronnie left me alone to pray to the goddess, over and over. Hoping beyond hope she would give in, I heard her long before she was down here. She was screaming for Beck and Ronnie to let her go, that she was the next Luna, and they would regret ever touching her once my father got loose. She was screaming as they slammed into the interrogation room and strapped her into the chair. You won't fucking touch me. You heard what Gavin said. I'm your Luna, Aurora screamed over and over. But neither Beck nor Ronnie said anything to her. Let me go. I'll mind link Gavin and he will come running. Both men stayed silent as I strolled to the room, my heels clicking softly on the stone floor. Aurora grew silent as my steps grew closer, and I finally entered the room with a small smile on my face. I'm sorry, but my father is currently locked away in a cell, so you unfortunately have to deal with the only other alpha here, which is me. I closed the door, and Ronnie leaned against it, while Beck hovered close by, just in case someone got down here. You see, you are accused of poisoning the alpha of this pack, and I am in charge of finding out by what." I smiled as I slowly walked around her. "You won't do anything to me. I'll tell the council." I stopped behind her and leaned down over her shoulder to whisper in her ear. "Who do you think allowed me to interrogate you?" I watched her freeze, and I leaned back up and walked slowly in front of her. "I spoke to the king myself. His exact words were to do whatever you have to do to save your father." I knelt in front of her so that I was level with her face. "And Aurora, that is exactly what I plan to do. I plan to do absolutely anything to save my father. Whether you survive is really up to you." I stood as her breathing grew ragged. "You can't mean that." Her voice was low. "Oh, but I do." I walked to the table and pulled back the towel, revealing my tools to her. Once her eyes caught on the silver, she fought the bindings again. "No, no, no." She screamed over and over, wiggling against the bindings, her eyes growing wide as panic set in. "Yes." I looked back towards her as I slowly slid gloves onto my hands. Then I grabbed something from the table and made my way back to her. "You see, I love my father very much, and even if I haven't been here often, I will do anything to stop him from being hurt, and what you did today crossed my line." "Stop." She stared down at what was in my hands, and I just tusked at her. "I wish I could. You can. You can stop this right now." Aurora's eyes wouldn't move from what was in my hands, and I didn't blame her. I wouldn't want this touching me either. But you see, I can't, Aurora. You did something to my father, and I won't stop until you tell me what you did to him." "I didn't do anything to him," she screamed. I laughed. "We both know that's a lie. A wolf would never hurt his pup without magic." I watched her eyes snap to mine, and I smiled. "You thought I wouldn't realize." She shook her head. "So why don't you save yourself the trouble and pain and just tell me what I want to know?" Chapter 47. She shifted, fur sprouting on her arm with claws slashing through the binding on her hand. But I grabbed her hand and slammed in back down to the arm of the chair and tusked again. "And where do you think you are going? Let me go." She screamed in my face, trying to shift completely. "Well, that isn't going to work for me." I stood and slammed her struggling arm back onto the arm and unraveled the rope in my hands. "I was trying to give you an out, Aurora. I really, truly hoped you would have been smart enough to take it. But I guess you want to see how long you will keep up the act." I wrapped her in the silvered rope, her skin hissing and bubbling from the contact as I wound it around her arm and the chair. She started to scream, and I hushed her. "Stop. Goddess, stop. You can't do this to me. Oh, but you are wrong there. You poisoned the alpha of this pack, and that made you a traitor. Once my father has a clear mind, you will be banished, and if he never recovers, then this pack will fall to Ronnie. Actually, Amy, you will inherit the pack. It's been approved by the king." Ronnie tossed out, and Aurora's eyes widened again at it. "Well then, no matter what, you will be banished. A rogue has no rights." But even as that wasn't true, the king has given me permission to do this, or did you already forget? I know silver burns something fierce. I smile as I finished tying her up. The smell of her skin burning was unpleasant, but I stood and moved back to the table. Her screams tapered off, and she was left panting. Sweat dripped down her temple and off her nose as she slumped over in the chair. "Let me go." She looked up with pleading eyes, but I just shook my head. "I wish I could, Aurora, I do. But you crossed the line today. And now you have to pay the price. What did you do to my father?" I grabbed pliers off the table and moved back to her. "What are you going to do?" She eyed the set in my hand, and she fought to get away. "I think you know what I'm going to do, if you don't tell me." I placed them on the ground, then turned back to the table. I grabbed a pair of scissors and walked back to her. "I'm going to hurt you until you tell me what you did." I grabbed her shirt and started to cut it away. "Why are you cutting my shirt?" She screamed and tried to pull back. I rolled my eyes and crouched down again. "You can't be this stupid, Aurora. I need more skin." Silver does nothing until it is touching the skin. Now some items I have here aren't silver, so that I can hurt you, wait for you to heal, and then do it again and again until I get bored, I guess. But I want access to your full potential here. Full potential. Are you fucking insane? She screamed, and I heard both Beck and Ronnie's intake of breath. I grabbed her face and made her meet my eyes. "I'm not insane, Aurora. I am possibly the most sane person here, but I am also a person who would do anything, and I mean anything, to save her father." She swallowed audibly and fought to free her face, but I just tightened my grip until I heard her jaw groan. "I won't allow you, or whoever you are working with or for, to hurt, use, or goddess forbid, kill my father for this pack. You will be long dead before that ever happens." I shove her face away and continue cutting her shirt off. I ripped it from her body and then crouched in front of her again, watching her pant with her hair hanging around her face in just a tank top. "Ronnie, do you have an elastic band?" Yeah." He pulled it from his wrist. "I keep one just in case." I raised my eyebrow and he blushed. "My mate sometimes needs one, and she's forgetful." I smile and nod to him about Tina. "Tina is amazing, but she always borrows mine, which is why I have to ask." I grabbed the elastic and roughly pulled back Aurora's hair while she fought. "You know, I could just cut it off, if you would prefer no hair." She froze under my hands, and I finished. I trailed my hand along her arm until I wrapped my hand around her index finger, and I grabbed the pliers from the floor. Now, where were we? I crouched and closed the pliers on her nail. I looked up at Ronnie and saw he was pale, but a pink glow stopped me in my tracks. Something around Aurora's neck was glowing a soft pink. Chapter 48. I jerked to face her, and the glow was gone. But as soon as I turned my head and faced Ronnie, I could see a faint glow around a chain on her neck. I pulled the pliers, and she screamed and passed out. Ronnie rushed over, but I slapped a hand over my mouth. "What's wrong?" Ronnie started to hover, and I doubled over and started howling in laughter. "What? Is she really insane?" Beck whispered to Ronnie, which just made me laugh harder. Tears were streaming down my face when I looked up at Ronnie, who was still hovering over me and Aurora. "Amy, talk to me." Ronnie knelt and grabbed my face, but I was still trying to catch my breath. I started, but I coughed as more laughter bubbled up. "She fainted, we see that. Most she-wolves can't stand torture, Amy." Ronnie grimaced. "She probably passed out because of the pain of you ripping out her nail." Beck tossed out, but I didn't. I raised the empty pliers in her untouched hand. "She just fainted from fear." Both men froze and looked from the pliers to her hand, and then to the passed out Aurora. They both started chuckling as I replaced the pliers on the table, and then came back to the unconscious woman. I pushed her head back so that I could look at her neck. I pulled her necklaces from her tank top. I picked through them until one caught my eye. It was a white gold necklace that looked familiar. The charm was a wolf howling in front of a jewel moon. This one was emerald. I pulled out my necklace and compared them side by side. One was emerald and one was sapphire. My birthday was in September. My mom made this necklace for me for my 16th birthday, and I haven't taken it off since. She kept the tradition going from when her parents gave her hers on her 16th birthday in May. "What are you doing?" Beck's voice jolted me back. "This is my mother's." I whispered softly as I unclipped the necklaces around Aurora's neck and dropped the rest into her lap. "How can you be so sure?" Ronnie came over and froze. "That is your mother's. How do you know?" Beck came over and looked at the necklace in my hand. "Just because they both match doesn't mean it's your mother's. That necklace never left Ainsley's neck." Ronnie grabbed it from my hand and flipped it over. "Until the day your father took it from her. My dad took it." I looked from the necklace to his face. Right before their anniversary. He wanted to engrave it, but then he came back, and you know what happened. He kept it and added to the engraving. Ronnie flipped it over and handed the necklace back to me. "I love you to the moon and back in this life and the rest. Forgive me." I looked up, and I knew my face was confused. That's what they used to say to each other. "I love you to the moon and back." They thought it was funny because they are wolves. Ronnie shook his head. They thought they were hilarious, stupid. But when your dad lived his second life and came back, he knew he would love your mother kin all of his lives. So he added the last part. And he thought once he explained everything, he would beg her for her forgiveness. But Ronnie looked back down at the necklace, but he never went back. I finished, and Ronnie nodded. "How did Aurora get this necklace?" "I honestly don't know. Your dad left it in her office. He would stare at it for hours as he sat at the desk, breathing in her scent. He always ended up in there after one of the nights your mother, right?" I felt my eyes fill. "This is a mess." Ronnie and Beck nodded. "This is going to break him." "What do you mean?" Ronnie handed me back the necklace, and I clenched my fist around it. "If this is I darted my eyes to Beck. "He knows your dad has power too. We all grew up together." Beck nodded. "If this is the spell, I think it is. I have to destroy this necklace to release him from it." "Oh, shit." Ronnie and Beck mumbled at the same time. I let out a small laugh and then turned back to Aurora. I wrapped my hand around her finger and bent it up and applied a slow pressure until she woke, screaming, "My nail. You stupid bitch, my nail." I smiled as I dropped the necklace from my hand to swing in front of her face, and I watched as she paled. "Give that back. That's mine." "I think we both know that's a lie, Aurora." Chapter 49. Give it back. She screamed and leaned in, trying to bite me since her hands were tied. But I just pulled my hand back. Why would I do that? I flipped it around in my hand. "It's beautiful, honestly." "Where did you get it?" "I got it from my mom." "Really? Why was she sorry? What?" Aurora looked confused and shook her head. "She wasn't. She got it for my birthday this year. Give it back." "When is your birthday?" "What?" Aurora shook her head. "What the hell does that have to do with anything?" "Her birthday is December." Beck answered me, and I tilted my head. "I'm a Gamma. My primary job is to protect the Luna. Since we don't have a Luna, I keep track of the wolves trying to become the Luna. That includes their birthdays." "Why?" Ronnie looked back at Beck, and he shrugged. "I want to be a few steps ahead with the next Luna." Ronnie faced him fully. "Beck, you know he won't be with anyone else." The man just shrugged. "Just in case." Ronnie shook his head and turned back to me. "Why did you ask when her birthday is?" I turned back to the necklace and Aurora. "Because I wanted to know what her birthstone was. You see, Aurora, December's birthstone is turquoise, but emerald is May's birthstone. Now, why would your mother get you May's birthstone when you're born in December?" I swung the necklace in her face. "It's my favorite gem. Give it back to me now." "No, I think I will keep it." Her eyes bugged out of her head. "You can't take it." She fought harder, tearing her skin and burning the silvered rope deeper into her skin. I pulled my necklace out and held them together. "Why not? We both know this is my mother's, and not yours." I held the matching necklaces side by side. My mother's birthstone and mine. Now, why would my mother buy a matching necklace with your mother? I mean, it is identical down to the wolf. I watched her breathing pick up. What is more likely? One that has already been confirmed, so don't lie, is that you found this necklace in my mother's office that you like to break into. You stole it. And you are using it to manipulate my father. I crouched down and watched her face. Am I close? Her face paled even more, and she shook her head. No, it's mine. We both know that's a lie. I'm going to keep it. And I'm going to go see my father. Maybe I'll get lucky and find something on him that has a matching glow. I smiled as she lunged at me, screaming. Oh, and Aurora. I punched her in the face, breaking her nose. That's for using a spell against my father. I turned and stood. Take her back to her cell, and don't let anyone else around her. Beck nodded. What are you going to do now? Ronnie led me out of the interrogation room that Aurora was still screaming in. Amy, you stupid bitch. You think you won. I'll kill you. She screamed as Beck dragged her out, but I just let out a chuckle. You couldn't hurt me if you fucking tried. I snarled and released my aura, causing all 3 wolves around me to drop to their knees. I walked over to Aurora, who had dropped to the floor. You are a weak wolf that resorts to lying and spell work to steal a wolf that doesn't belong to you. And after everything, you failed. Amy, can you tuck your aura away? It's painful. Ronnie's voice was strained, and I snarled one last time before I tucked my aura away. Beck staggered to his feet, scooping Aurora from the ground. What the fuck was that? Ronnie pushed himself from the ground. That was Amy. Beck's eyes widened and snapped to me. There is no way. She's a pup, an alpha pup. Ronnie patted my shoulder. I'm assuming you want to go see your father now. I glared down at Aurora. Yes, let's finish this. You won't find anything, she laughed. You won't change anything, because you are as weak as your pathetic man of a father. I snapped back and punched her again, her nose shifting on her face, completely shattered. Get her out of my eyesight before I make sure her nose heals that way and ruins that perfect little face. She howled in pain as Beck dragged her away. Amy, what? I whirled on Ronnie. He held up his hands in surrender. Nothing. Just wanted to know if you had your wolf's bane today. Yes. Why? I snarled again, still riled. Because your hands are shifted. Ronnie nodded down, and I looked to see my arms covered in black fur. Chapter 50, Nyx. I called out in my mind. I'm trying to rein it in, but she pissed me off. Her voice was low. I watched her shake herself, but she was still riled. Megan trotted over to her and rubbed her side down Nyx's. I watched as my one wolf calmed my other one, and when Nyx finally nodded, I opened my eyes to see I had shifted back. I rubbed my arms, and Ronnie ran his finger through his hair. Please don't shift until your father has been fixed. I don't think I could keep up with Nyx, nor keep her in check. Ronnie shook himself before heading back upstairs. I could still make out Aurora's screaming, but we headed all the way back upstairs. What about the tools? Beck will grab them. I nodded and headed up the stairs while Ronnie closed the door behind us and he called back up to me. Amy. Yeah. You, ugh, you have a knife in your back pocket. Confused, I patted my pocket, and sure enough, I had a small knife I had grabbed from the room with the tools. I pulled it out and flipped it over in my hand. It wasn't silver, just a small switch blade that I could use to torture Aurora with no lasting damage. Right. I went to toss it back to Ronnie, but once he got a closer look at it, he waved his hand. I thought it was a silver knife. A regular knife is fine, keep it. Your dad would probably love for you to have that knife. I flipped the knife in my hand and waited for Ronnie to join me. That was the only thing you, Grandpa, ever gave your father. He loved it for so long, and passing it down to you would probably be the best thing. Ronnie closed my fingers around it and then pulled me out of the pack house. Are you sure? Nope, but we can just ask the man. It isn't like he's dead. Ronnie chuckled as we walked past the backyard and into the forest. We walked for a while before something caught my attention. There was someone screaming from far away. Or so I thought. We walked a little farther, and then Ronnie pulled up to a thick tree. He pushes his hand into a knot in the tree and pulled it open, revealing stairs downward. The screams were coming from down here. Ronnie looked at me and grimaced. Is that? He nodded and headed down the stairs. Seems like Loki gave control back to your father. We made our way to the bottom of the stairs, and my father was pacing behind the bars of a cell. His snarl forced Ronnie to bare his neck, but I pushed past his power and aura. I walked up to the bars of the cell. Dad, what are you doing to her? He snarled again, slamming his aura into me, but his power crashed over me like a wave against the rocks. It was powerful, but I held firm. Doing to who? I played dumb as I looked him over, trying to find something out of place. But he wasn't wearing any necklace or jewelry. My Luna. Where is Aurora? He charged the bars, reaching out to grab me, and I let him. He wrapped his hands around my throat again and squeezed. Ronnie screamed and rushed over to me, grabbing my father's hands and trying to pull him off. But being this close gave me a chance to see if there was anything that had a sigil on him. But yet again, I came up empty. I cut my eyes to Ronnie, who was begging my father to let go. I can't watch this. Gavin, you are my best friend. I can't watch you kill you pup, knowing how you will feel when you come back to yourself. Tears sprang to his eyes as he begged, but my father was having none of it. Shut the fuck up, Ronnie. I already told you she isn't mine. Ainsley was a whore who was cheating on me. She still cheats on me. You lock me in here every fucking time like an animal. You have begged me for years to get a new mate, and now that I have, you're backtracking for this imposter. My dad's words cut deep, but I was distracted. I tried not to flinch, but I caught the pink glowing from below my chin. I turned, and the glow was gone. So I turned back to Ronnie and looked from the corner of my eye, and I saw it again. I put my hands up, and I pulled myself out of his grasp. I kept his hand in mine as I turned my head to the side again, and there it was. A light pink sigil was burned into the back of my father's hand. One he couldn't see. For more audiobooks like these, join my Patreon. Link in comments.